Hello, this is stream number 319. This is what? Day 6 of me writing the NPC scripts for my game for the second time. And I think I've gotten all of the basic subroutines out of the way, and I'm back to focusing on building up the main script. Probably going to have to make side excursions to make other subroutines, like for part of the guide script. I'm sure I'm going to have to do that. And we'll just see what we have to do when we get there. Hold on. Just answering some DMs in Discord really quick. Let me see something. Just a second. Need to respond to something. This. All right. Okay, I want to take the link to today's notebook page to put into my stream plan for today. Day 6 of working on redesigning the game's NPC scripts. Paste. All right. I think I got everything. We're streaming. Oh, wait a minute. I'm missing the timer. I've been going 1 minute 57 seconds. Let's start the timer at 2 minutes 5 seconds. And start. Might as well plug my phone in here. All right. Uptime going. Has it been another month already? Wow, 17 months. Thank you. Hey! Thank you, Rally Monkey, for your support. I'm always forgetting something, aren't I? I can't think of what it is. Oh, I should have the redemption stuff in there. Oh, I got an emote thanks to you. Thank you, Rally Monkey. I guess there aren't enough people in the channel, so the broadcaster gets the random emote. Okay, my redemption queue up. Ski Dog. 6 months? That's like half a year or something. I just saw your DM too in Discord, Ski Dog, and I replied to it. Hey there, Crumpet. Hey, Crumpet, aren't you streaming? Aren't you supposed to be streaming? Hello, Crumpet. Hello, Rally Monkey. And since Ski Dog hasn't actually chatted something, I have to manually type this one. Hey, oh, there he did it right there. So now I can use the shortcutty thing. There we go. Lily messaged me right before I went live. No, that's okay. No problem. I don't try to go full speed from the start. That's why above my head it says starting at the stream, so I allow myself like 5-10 minutes to get things going. Also, people don't usually get the notifications of me going live until like 4 or 5 minutes in, and I don't like having a stream as starting thing. So I'd rather just start the stream and then just like go through some of the last minute check marks on the words. What is it with me and words? With the checklist. I always forget something on the checklist, so within the first 10 minutes I realize what it is, usually, and then do it. Still haven't gotten the notification? Oh, I didn't mean for you to stop streaming, Crumpet. You should get more progress on your being chased by an ogre game. It was nice to see you actually streaming again. Although the noise gate on your mic is pretty severe. Like, I'd actually rather hear your roommate noise in the background rather than have your words cut off like that. Just my opinion. All right. Did I miss any chat? No? Hello, friends. Yeah, you have to fiddle with it a bit. You know what I recommend is do some tests where you don't stream, but you're just doing the recording in OBS, and then play it back, and then tweak your noise gate settings, do it again, and repeat until you get a nice balance. That's what I would do. All right. I hardly ever have a ski dog in my channel. Hey, this is the state of my game currently. So, we have equipment slots. Look at that. I can equip my sword. Yay! Lamau. I can actually move things between inventory slots. But wait, there's more. We now have treasure chests in the game. I can look into the box. It is an ornate treasure chest. It's got more money inside. It's got another chest inside. Look at that. I can go drop that chest on the ground and go look in that, and there's even more gold. Oh my goodness, there's gold everywhere. So yeah, we have containers. We can pick up some of the containers. We can put containers inside of containers. We can't put containers inside themselves because that would be a recursive nightmare. But we can do almost everything else. I know, so much money, so much equipment. I have equipment slots and I have nothing to put in them because I haven't actually created any items that will fit there. So I need to do lots of things in this game. But one thing that was sorely in need of attention was the set of scripts that drive these little NPC guys. So I have them rewritten from the ground up because they were a total mess before. I just tossed them all out. And they're up to the point now where these NPCs can wander around and they can also return to base if they get too far. Let me show you what that looks like. If I take George here and just pluck him up and put him way out here, he's going to try to get back. But, you know, let's go mess with him a little bit. I'm going to just put a barrier in his way. Oh, now he's like, how do I get back? Well, we can open up a hole there, and he's like, oh, quick, let me go over there. Did you see that display glitch? There's a display glitch there. Ooh, look at that. How did that happen? I must have clicked it. Okay, remove. Looks like I got some bad entities here. Oh, there's another one. Remove it. Huh. I changed the shortcuts that I made for painting, and sometimes it causes me to make mistakes when I'm painting. Okay, anyway, let's open up this one again and see, and over here. Oh, there's another problem over there, isn't there? Yep. Remove that guy. And George will go path again. We can also look at his pursuit path. So I can ruthlessly cut him off right there. And he's like, uh-oh, now which way do I go? Actually, he should path up here. I bet there's a hidden barrier around here that I'm not seeing. Betcha there's... No, there isn't. Why is he stopping? Oh, no, there he goes. That was odd. He took a long time to figure out that he wanted to go the other way. Okay, he has moved close enough where he's not going to try to reach the rest of the way. Let me pluck him over here again so we can toy with his little mind. I can put a barrier here, and he should, when he gets to it, he should path back around it. But then, ha ha ha, you can't escape now. Yeah, the pathfinding is working most of the time. I see the NPC, he pauses once in a while. Also, there's this, I have these extra things that are painted here and there that are wrong. Anyway, it's tripping me up right now. Yeah, so, as soon as he makes a path, he tries to follow it until he can't, and then he'll start to try. Right now he's constantly trying to find a new path, but he can't find one. The moment I give him a path, he's going to find it, right? And if I open up 2 paths and I block one of them, he should, when he reaches that barrier, he should immediately go the other way now. There he goes. So that's more or less working, except for when I screw things up with my painting tools. And so basically the wandering and the pursuing the anchor point is working. I don't have the attack put in. Maybe that's what I should do next, since it's highest priority. So the idea is if there's an enemy within attack range, to pull aggro and attack that enemy. It's pretty complex to figure out. The pathfinding is just an algorithm that I pulled off of this site here. this right here. It's kind of a cool site because they have like they have interactive stuff down here somewhere. Like you can see how the breadth first search algorithm works, and then as you go down, they augment it to have like a cost function and all sorts of cool things. Yeah, movement costs here. So how does this work? Like I make barriers here. It's recomputing, and it's more. How does this work? Right. If this is an expensive area to go in, it's going to go path around, unless I force it in there, like that, and now it has to go through the woods right there. So anyway, they have everything from just description of the algorithm to interactive stuff to actual pseudocode in here, and here it is. So I took this pseudocode and just implemented it in C++, and I've been using that for computing the paths. So the most complicated thing is adapting that algorithm to the data structures I have, right? So, for example, what is a wall? A wall is something that has a certain tile, and that tile has an access bit fields that don't intersect the bit fields of the NPC's movement capabilities. So at 8 and 1 is 0, right? But a 1 and 1 is 1. So that means George can move on anything here except for water and the mountains. So if I put a mountain in the path, the pathfinding will basically say, well, it costs infinity to move on top of that, and it'll try to find a path around it. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. The algorithms are a bit of a mind bender. I think, like I already closed it, but if you start learning pathfinding from breadth first search, I think that's the easiest to understand. And then they introduced, like, let's add a cost function to that. That's Dijkstra's algorithm. And then you're like, okay, I kind of get that. And then on top of that, they say, well, now let's fine tune the algorithm so it searches in the correct direction, like first. So basically optimizing Dijkstra's, and that's A star. So learning it step by step, I think, is a lot easier than just starting at A star and trying to figure everything out at once. But you know what's really cool, Ski Dog, is that the pathfinding algorithm, I actually used it last night on Primogen's channel. He was trying to solve the one, like an interview type question, and I'm like, I could use breadth first search to solve this problem pretty easily, and I did it. And I solved it before he solved it. And I'm like, gosh, I hope Primogen isn't watching now. Sorry, Primogen, I don't mean to boast. But it was pretty cool to reuse something to solve another problem. All right, now the hard work begins. It would be fun to do if enemy within attack range aggro and attack, so maybe that's what we'll do now. I have the attack script. The only thing I'm missing is answering the question, is something within attack range? I could do something just really basic, which is given an NPC's position, let's turn this off. Given like where George is, look at the 4 cardinal directions and just scan to see if there is any enemy in any of those places. We could make that a subroutine, I suppose. Yeah, let's make a subroutine called NPC enemy in range or something like that, or seek enemy. All right, so I'm going to do it in Lua. I'm going to put it near this NPC attack. So let's just duplicate that and call it NPC, I don't know, find enemy? Find enemy? Find enemy it is. Find enemy. Given the context table, which has all the information that we might need about the NPC in question. Hello, Venix. How are you doing? All right, so in addition to the script we're about to write, I'm going to have a unit test to help me design what it needs to do and check if it passes all the requirements and all those good things. So call that NPC find enemy test. Find enemy. So some of the stuff in Lua is kind of weird. Did you know that in Lua, a wildcard character is not star, it's a question mark? I didn't know that either. And instead of like use or import, it's require. I guess they also have require in JavaScript, so maybe it's not unique to Lua. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. Let's remove this. All this stuff is irrelevant, right? We're gonna have a common test context. You did know that, and oh boy, do you hate that? That question mark is a match 0 or more wildcard. I'm used to dot being 1 character, question mark being, what was it? Previous match optional, and star meaning 0 or more characters, and plus is 1 or actually 1 or more previous match, I guess. Right? 1 or more, 0 or more previous matches. But for Lua, it is, how would I say? If this is regex, and the Lua equivalent of that, that's question mark, and I have no idea what these other ones are, but the fact that question mark doesn't mean what it usually means, and it means what star usually means, trips me up. Anyway. Find nearest enemy doesn't need the name, or the action time, or the weapon, or the time, but we'll need to know the position, right? LMNP. Position. So let's just put an arbitrary position in here. It doesn't really matter. I need a zone as well. There. My keyboard is like messing up. I'm wondering if it's about to fail. Hey there, Jackamus. Alright. Define attributes about the target. The target... Okay, that's not what we're doing. I think I want to steal from the aggro test instead. Right, set up some common test mock entities to use. Not for the cost function. Actually, this isn't the right one. What am I looking for? Attack test, maybe? No, I thought aggro test would have it. I guess I can just hand roll this thing. Okay, so what do we want to say? Set up some mock enemies. Actually, we're gonna want to test where. Actually, let me stop for a second. Let me set up the actual use cases first. That would probably be smarter. All right. Use case 1 will be what? Let's clear everything. No enemy found, I guess. Slickfur. I wait for the sound to play out. Thank you for the resub. 10 months. That's like almost a year. Thank you for the resub. Really appreciate the support. Okay. No enemy found is one use case. So there are no enemies in range. All right, and then another use case. There's one enemy in range. Do I want to have a test where there's multiples? Let's just say that there is an enemy range and there could be more than one enemy found. Is that all I really need? I should probably have it check all 4 cardinal directions. There is an enemy 1 tile up. Enemy found up. And then down, and then left and right, right? Okay. So that means I really just need one enemy. Set up a mock enemy to be found. And actually, in addition to that, let me have a non-enemy. So a non-enemy would be another spawned NPC. Set up, okay, so this is Local enemy entity. I don't know, it doesn't matter what I put. I'll put 1. Set up a mock non-enemy. Local friend. Game components. What's required to be an enemy? I guess we can make it a player. Enemy entity. And there doesn't technically need to be anything in there, right? And then what next? Then the friend can be an NPC, and that one has to be a randomly spawned NPC. So it would be something that has a class attribute. I don't know why I called it class, but that's the entity of the prototype of the spawn enemies, or spawned NPC, or the generator, I guess you can call it. So we'll make that 3. Who knows? Why not, right? And then, do we need anything else? Oh, these have to have positions. And let's by default put the player not within range. So x equals 3, y equals -5. So to the right and up. And this is not enemy, it's friend. So the friend's position, let's put the friend, I don't know, right next to him. So 1 up. Okay, no enemies in range. So there I should be, again, explicit about... I'm thinking maybe I'd move that and have that done for every test. Actually, no, that's not what I'm going to do. I am going to explicitly set it, I think, based off of this subject NPC's position. So if no enemy is found, that means we'll put the x equals context position x plus 1. My keyboard has been acting up where I hit a key and nothing happens. So 1 to the right and 1 down, right? And then where it's up, it's just -1 on the y, down is +1 on the y. Left is x -1. Right is x plus 1. And the act is always going to be to call NPC find enemy. And I suppose we want to actually get back the entity number, right? So target equals find enemy context. We're going to do that for all of the use cases here. Okay, and then assert should be if there's no enemy found, then moon unit expect equals 0 for target. Adam! I hope you made it home safely. I hope your flight was good. Thank you for the resub. You've been subbed for 8 months? Wow. I didn't know you've been subbed for 8 months. That's incredible. And you're passing out free emotes to people too. How nice. Hey there, Albatross Live. The Adam C. Eunice's free emote has unlurked you. We have accomplished our mission. Currently on the train home. Wow, so you've been traveling for like almost a day? Wow. I hope the journey is going well. What is Lua? Lua is the programming language I'm using right now. It's developed by the University of Buenos Aires, I think, back in the days when there was a prohibition in that country for importing software. They ended up making their own programming language because they couldn't import other people's programming languages. I know, it was weird. It was a weird time. It was many decades ago. But it is a scripting language mostly used in things like games and plugins and other things like that. So I'm using it as a way to add logic to my game without recompiling it. Traveling for 26 hours? My goodness. Wow. Yeah, so Lua resembles other programming languages, but is essentially very, very small and simple, and it's hard to make complex things out of it, which can be good and it could be bad. So, but hopefully the language is simple enough that you can kind of get an idea of what we're doing here. So we're writing tests for a function called NPC find enemy. The purpose of this function is going to be to return the entity identifier for an enemy if the enemy is within range of the subject, and the subject is a non-player character. So in this test, if no enemy is found, we expect that the target will be 0. So this is what this is saying. I put the enemy just out of range, so one tile to the right and one tile down. We do this search, and we should not find anything, right? However, if we put the enemy exactly one square up and we search, we should find the enemy. So we should get the enemy entity for the target. And actually, this exact same assert is going to show up in all of these places, right? Like that. You haven't slept? 26 hours? I'm sorry. Oh. Apparently we didn't move our vehicle out of the way for the street sweeper. Feels bad, man. Definitely not something you're going to be doing anytime soon. Wow. I didn't know it was took that long to travel on from where you started to where you went. Oh, anyway, thank you for the follow, Albatross. All right, so let's get this show on the road. I have these use cases set up. They're fairly simple. We just need to test them. So I'm using a couple plugins to VS Code. One main one that you'll probably want to use regardless of the languages if you want to run your tests in VS Code is called Test Explorer UI. It makes this nifty little sidebar where you can select a test and like run it anytime you want, and it'll show you if it passed or failed. You can debug the test, or you can jump to the source code for the test. It's very handy. So I use Google Test and a similar program I made called Moonunit, which pretends to be Google Test. So to make that work with Test Explorer, in addition to Test Explorer UI's extension, you'll want to grab this one, which has Google Test in the name, but also supports a couple other frameworks. It's Catch2, Google Test, and Doc Test Explorer. It works in tandem with the Test Explorer UI to automatically detect your Google tests and populate them in this window when you reload. So, and I get this nifty button here where I can run all my tests. They're all going to fail because I haven't actually written anything in that find enemy function. It is empty. All the tests are going to fail right now. Oh, you're not derailing, Adam. I try to keep a healthy balance between chat and work. Yeah, we all hope that you get some rest soon. I'm surprised you can't sleep on the train. I understand not being able to sleep on planes because I can't do that, but train should be easier, right? I don't know. I've never been in a train in Australia, so. The trains in Europe, though, really, really nice, I thought. At least compared to the trains I've been on in the past. But maybe I was just lucky? Okay, so the basic logic of find enemy is going to be, like in our little game here, given a position like where George is, go look up one tile, down, left, and right, and we're going to use the functions I have in the game to search for all entities there. Just like what happens when I plug my cursor there, it's finding the ground entities around. And if it happens to find a player right here, it's like, oh, there's my enemy. Enemy is 523. Train is only an hour long, so not worth it. So let's get to it. We're going to want to have a list of relative coordinates we want to search, right? So local, I don't know. Names are always hard. Foobar for now, until I think of a better name. It's going to be a list of the relative positions that we want to search. So let's just do up first. And then down. And then left, and then right. I'm going to call it directions. And to hammer in the fact that these are differences in position or deltas, we're going to say it's a delta x or dx. And we're going to say for the index doesn't matter, so I'm going to use underscore. And then I'm going to say direction in pairs actually it's I pairs. I pairs directions do. What this is, it's a loop. It takes that directions list, and I pairs is a special function in Lua, which will iterate all of the entries in the list. And for every entry, it's going to give you two variables: the index into the list and the value that was there. This is a convention I like to follow, where if I don't need something like the index, I'll just name it underscore to sort of point out that I'm not going to use it. I only care about the direction, which is going to be these individual little tables. So what we're going to do here is find the x coordinates. It's going to be our current position plus direction delta x. And then similarly, our y coordinate is our y position plus delta y. And then at this point, I'm going to cheat because I've already written the code that will search a spot in the game. If I can just remember where that was. Was it? I think it was pursuit. Any of these cost functions, actually. Yeah, with entities at position. This is actually exactly what I want. So we'll say with. This is called a visitor because it's going to visit the game and look through all the entities in the game at a given position and call a function and give us the entity. We just need to give it the function to call and the coordinates. So it's the x, the y, and then the zone that we're in is context position zone. Okay, so when we get into this function right here is going to be called for every single thing that we find in the 4 cardinal directions away from the source. It's going to be given the ground entities, the wall entities, all that stuff. So we have to basically only look for entities that count as enemies at this point. Relative positions list. Yeah, that would work too. Relative positions list. In honor of Adam, we're going to call it relative positions list. I like to use lower snake case for Lua because that's the convention I've seen. And we'll even call this one the relative position. There we go. Yeah, Crumpet's kind of right. You don't want to like snooze and like wake up in where would you end up if you went too far? New Zealand? No, the train doesn't go underwater, does it? That'd be funny though. You woke up and you're like, how did I get to New Zealand? Lower snake case? Yeah, it's snake case is when you have underscores between words, and it's all lowercase. Deep Australia. Out in the brush? You just took my description and rearranged it? Hey, we can do that. I'm in command here. I can do whatever my viewers inspire me to do. All right. Not underwater. There are trains that go underwater, though. I took one between London and Paris. It was pretty sweet. It went under the channel. Just too far west. Yeah, New Zealand would be kind of far to go underwater, wouldn't it? All right. I'm going to pull from here again. With any zip position, I guess what we want to just see is, I have a script for this. NPC enemy. Right, this returns true or false if it's an enemy, so let's use that. If NPC enemy context entity, I don't need parentheses in Lua, then I'm going to need to return it out, but this function is a visitor, so technically its return value is ignored. So I'm going to use this trick where this is a closure. It has access to any variables within the scope of the function it's used in, and so I'm going to make a function called enemy. And if you don't assign it to anything in Lua, it has nil as its initial value. So what I can do is I can say, oh, actually I don't want nil. Actually, I guess nil works. I would just need to change my script here to say nil for the target, right? Yeah. So we would just say enemy equals entity. And we're done, I think. This will overwrite if we've already found an enemy. So what we might want to do is stop on the first enemy. It doesn't matter. We can just overwrite that variable and just return enemy here. All right. Run the tests again. Hopefully they all pass. They don't. Okay, none of them passed. Attempt to call nil value global NPC. Oh, that's right. I need to mock that. So, yeah. Mock. Actually, if we're mocking the NPC entity, I didn't need to set any of this stuff up, did I? I needed to set the positions, but not these ones. So I can remove these. I technically don't need that at all. Mock the NPC enemy subroutine. So what a mock means is when you're testing something like NPC find enemy, you only want to test that thing, not other things around it. So it makes it simpler that way. So what mocking does is it takes another function that we're not testing and just makes a pretend version of it. And usually it's simpler, or it's geared to work with the test framework. So in this case, for example, we want NPC enemy to be a function, takes a context and an entity. And we know who we want to say our enemy is. Our enemy is 1. So we'll say if entity equals the enemy entity. Actually, I can just return that. Return whether or not entity is the enemy entity. And we're done. What's your stance on when to turn a block of code into a function? My stance is you should turn a block of code into a function more often than I usually do. No, for seriously, I have a bad habit of not turning blocks of code into functions soon enough. So if you look at some of my code, for example, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. Let me pick a longer one like this. This code is bad because you can't read it. What I should do, and what I'll probably do later, is divide these into blocks here, into basically there are 4 blocks here. One of them is a function. The other 3 are not. Well, they sort of are, but the ifs are not, right? So what I'm trying to get into the habit of doing is replacing blocks of code into functions more often. The target would be to get a function to be no larger than one screen full of code. So I mean, you could argue this fits in a screen, it's not too bad, but like this one barely fits, and this one doesn't fit at all, right? So NPC AI function, I'm not doing a very good job. It's another sign that I really should break it up into smaller functions is there's too much indentation. So I've got bad habits. It's over 20 years developing these bad habits, so it's going to take time to break. So I'm trying to tell myself and other people that try to make your functions fit into one page. Avoid deep indentation. The 2 signs, function doesn't fit on a page, and too much indentation means you probably should break it up. And how you break things up into functions, if there are things that you're redoing, like you find yourself copy pasting, that's a prime candidate for a function. And if it's not something that you're doing more than once, you're not copy pasting it, the next thing to look for would be blocks of lines that are for a common purpose. So like they should be allied together. So for example, this function here, I mean, it already is a function, but that we can just pull out and give it a name and remove all this indentation. But another idea would be this could be a function because these 2 work with the context and these 3 lines don't. They work with this thing called delta. So I could split this out as a function, right? So I need to get better at it, but yeah, it varies all the time too, based off of what kind of work you're doing. It's not a cut and dry science. What if the thing you're doing is naturally just indented, like traversing a 5D array? There are tricks to remove indentation even when you have stuff like that. Every time you extract a function, you're removing a level of indentation. For another thing I could do here is, see how the entire contents of this function is inside this if? If I inverse this logic, like just do that, and then just say return, and now I've successfully removed one level of indentation. Look at that. We've made it better, I think. And then I could even separate this out and make this another either a function or just a comment here saying ignore this NPC if they're still on cooldown. And this is next action time. So if their action hasn't cooled down yet, then we're skipping them, right? So there are always tricks you'll find to remove indentation. When there's a lot of indentation, it's usually a sign that like you haven't worked hard enough to remove it. And I don't know. It depends if you're working with other people or not, and how much indentation you can tolerate yourself. I'm okay with this because it doesn't exceed the 80 character limit on the right. When I start to get pushed up against the edge, like let's say I was over here, I'd be like, every time I call a function, I'm hitting the right edge of the screen. I should probably work harder to break it down into and reduce the indentation level. Yeah. You guys hearing my doggy in the background? She's barking at everybody coming and going today. So I usually stream earlier in the day, but today I couldn't because I have all these things driving kids around and stuff. Now all the kids are home, it's going to be a lot noisier around me. As a side effect. Yeah, our dog does guard the house. She does a very good job at it too. Okay, so we're having some tests pass now and others failing. This is failing why? Actual was nil. Okay, so it didn't find it. Oh, I didn't set the X coordinate. I'm dumb. We should set the X coordinate to be the position exactly. And same thing here. And then down here, we should set the Y coordinate to match. And here too. Run them again. Now they're all passing. Someone needs to keep the vicious man. Yeah, it's funny, Crumpet, you say that because when I'm not streaming and the dog starts barking and I go over there and I'm like, usually I'm like, why are you barking? That's just a neighbor walking across the street or whatever. Whenever it's the mailman, though, I'm like, oh, good puppy. You are instinctually required to bark at mailmen, so you are fulfilling your duty as a dog, and I respect that. That's interesting. Why does it show up as pass here and fail here? That's a glitch, isn't it? Oh, it could be because I have 2 copies of Moon Unit. We can just run them both. All right. Yeah, dogs are like instinctually programmed to bark at mailmen. If I saw a dog that did not bark at mailmen, I wonder if something was wrong. All right. So we're done with this subroutine. Time to check it in. We're gonna be good developers and check in our changes into version control. Right, Adam? Actually, I checked in the wrong thing there. I'm teasing. I like to tease Adam. I don't know why. So this is add NPC find enemy subroutine. Done. See how easy that was? Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Wow, we have like all sorts of streamers here today. I didn't give my wave to Adam for some reason, or my stream helper didn't think I did. So like, there you go. You got another wave. Something about uniforms? No, it's like, it's from ancient times, Mr. Muffles. Back in the prehistoric era, there were 2 great kingdoms. One of dogs, one of mailmen. They had an epic battle. And they have, it drew to a bloody tie, and neither side has forgotten that from ancient days. You been lurking? That's fine. And maybe it's a good day to start streaming again, Mr. Muffles. We had a stream from Red Rampage Crumpet earlier. You could do it too. The Beast? Not there. I don't know where he is, but if he was there, we could see him, but he's not there right now. Hi. That was a non-beast. Yeah, he did. Demon Beast. Yeah, save those up until, oh, thank you for the follow. Save them up until the cat actually goes onto the tower, and then we can be petting the cat. He's been kind of unpredictable lately. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because the temperature's changed. Okay, so I'm done dallying around. And you know what? I never did update the current task, did I? It still says starting up the stream. So for the last, 35 minutes, it should have said this. Adding a subroutine, an NPC subroutine, to detect nearby enemies. That's what it should. Everybody just pretend that the current task said that for the last 35 minutes. Okay? Yeah, all right. So now what we're going to be doing is adding... what were we going to say? Adding code for NPCs to attack nearby enemies. All right, so there's a master AI script here, and I already mentioned how it's kind of gross. You know what I want to do before I get started is I'm going to take the steps I had in my plan and make those the comments. There we go. And maybe we'll even turn it into a complete sentence with capitalizing the first letter of the first word and all that good stuff. All right, so this should match this second block. Like that. So now we actually know what the heck each of these things is doing. And this is pursuit continue. That's down here somewhere. Right here. If pursuing, take next step. Oh, how'd the tabs get in there? Tabs! It must be eradicated. Okay. And the last one is, if not traveling, wander. We don't have any traveling variables, so we're just always wandering if we get to this point. Excuse me. Alright, so we're going to add the one at the top. If an enemy is within attack range, aggro and attack. Sounds good to me. Tabs! Tabs, go away. Alright. I'm not going to worry about the aggro part yet. I'm just going to say if enemy within attack range, attack. So we'll say local enemy equals NPC find enemy, context. If enemy, then... I believe I have already a script ready to do this. Right, it's NPC attack. NPC attack! NPC attack. Context enemy. Return. Because that's a Terminator. The Terminator. Spaces? What? You're a tab lover? How did you not know I'm a spaces guy? I don't know. I'm only a spaces guy because I have been battle shocked by having to work with people who mix tabs and spaces. And the way I coped with it is I just said, that's it. They're all going to be spaces now. Coworker told you preferred tabs? Neither tabs, nor 2 spaces, nor 5. We press 3 spaces for tabs. Okay. That reminds me of a joke we had at Qualcomm where I worked before. I don't think it ever actually happened, but the joke was that there was once a meeting where a heated argument was going on between 2 parts of the team. They're setting up their coding guidelines, and one camp said, Every indentation level should be 2 spaces. And the other group said, 2 spaces is not enough. It's got to be 4. The manager walks in and he's like, what the heck's going on? Why can't you guys agree? And they discuss the situation. He says, you know what? I'm just going to make an executive decision. It's going to be 3 spaces per indentation level, and then everyone was mad. I don't know if it actually happened, but I actually did see code at Qualcomm where these indentation was 3 spaces, which is really weird to see when you have 4 space rules, but yeah. I don't know. To me, it's just arbitrary. Yeah, split the... Yeah, exactly, P-Seal. And hello, by the way. I see it as an arbitrary thing. I don't mind if you use spaces or tabs. The only thing I care about is consistency. So if I see stuff like that... Or worse than that would be like that 4 of these spaces or 8 of them were replaced by a tab and you still thought that you needed to add some spaces in addition to your tab. That I can't stand. I hate inconsistency. I figure that if you really wanted tabs, you can just run this command. Spaces to tabs. Where is that? I guess I have to do tabs, right? There we go. Now they're tabs. Now they're spaces again. Only thing I have to remember is when I do that, I have to click on something again. I know what it was. I have to say spaces. It actually changes the settings so that it'll start doing tabs for everything. All right, so let's see if this actually works. The way I test this is just like in in real life, we just toss our minions in and see if it actually works. So I will just casually walk over to these monsters and see if they attack me. Oh, I'm being attacked. The green slime. Oh, I'm being hit. It actually worked. All right, so if I was step next to this slime, he will attack me. It should be a fair fight, right? I should attack back. May the best character win and all that. I think I'm going to die. Oh, I won. The horrible monster is dead. I only have 1 hit point, though. I'm probably going to get killed. I'm dead. Oh, and they're kicking me while I'm down, too. All right, that's a bug. I should not continually be struck when I'm dead. So let's go fix that. That's a bug. This has happened before, too. I think I had the same bug the last time I wrote this script. The problem is the NPC attack... No, NPC find enemy should not count dead people. Right? So... Enemy find... How come it's not in my... Oh, here it is. Right, so let's set up... Yeah, so let's take this test, for example, make a copy of it. And let's say a dead player should not count as an enemy. Do not kick players that are down. All right, because I can do that because I'm the developer. See how that works? So we're going to just put him within range, but then we're going to modify the hit points. That means I have to establish hit points. So hit points is moved now. It's in a different component. It's in a component called character. And let's have the default be where they actually have some hit points, like 8 or something. I'll even be generous and give them a hit point maximum while we're at it. All right. So then, to make them dead, everybody knows how to make a character dead, right? The thing is, you go to their attributes, to their hit points, and you assign the magic number 0. That means dead. This means they are dead. And we should expect nil. They are not to be attacked when they are dead. I always felt the reason to use spaces was to keep the ability to move over a couple spaces if needed. That's one way. I know. 0 equals dead. It's not just 2 equals, but 3. And Lua doesn't like 3 equals. So we actually have to use 2. But oh well, if only. Yeah, Pomprox, I agree with that. Some people like this style where they will indent to where the parentheses was. I think that's kind of insane, but if you really wanted to have that style, then all power to you. Then I would say do not use tabs ever, because you need to finely tune it to line up. Yeah, there's no way to make that work with tabs, right? Especially if it's a prime number of spaces. So yeah, that's where I don't do that style, but if one were to use that style, I would say, well, you're probably going to limit yourself to spaces unless you're okay with weird alignment like that. I mean, then it's like, I don't know what your alignment rules are. More power to you, I guess. So to each his own. All right, this is going to fail. I liked the philosophy that, I think it was GNU has this philosophy where they only use tabs, and the way they enforce only use tabs is they say don't ever line things up like that. And basically, if you try, it's not going to work anyway. So don't be tempted to use spaces. They just say thou shalt use tabs, and it kind of makes sense with their style guidelines. All right, to make this work, am I looking at the wrong? I'm looking at the wrong thing, aren't I? I'm totally looking at the wrong thing. What am I doing? It's this function that checks. Okay, so let's move this test. This should go to the enemy test. NPC enemy test. This one. All right. Yeah, let's just plop it down right here. So this is non-monster. No, this is monster versus dead player. Dead player. There we go. All right. So let's take this arrangement here. No, I need monster versus player. I need this to start with this arrangement and augment it, right? The augmentation would be this one here. Yes. Okay. This should be false. Maybe you later can bring back your monsters striking corpses for a few turns when there's nothing else to do. Just like kick them when they're down, you mean? Okay. This should be player entity, right? Okay. Did I do this right? I did not. So we need to set hit points for the player. Character. Hit points is 8. How come I can't type? Hit point max is 8. And the other test didn't need it then. We can totally remove that. We don't need that there. All right. Rescan, please. Fail. And now we're going to go to NPC enemy. Oh, I've been informed that the cat has crept into position. And my son's giving him free pets as we speak. All right. So there we go. The market of Pet the Cat is now open. All right, so players and enemies if the NPC is a monster, but we should at this point check to see if they have any hit points. So that would be the dog just made a squeal. that was disruptive. Yeah, we shouldn't set that flag if they're dead. A player should not count if they're dead. So it's free real estate. Time to pet the cat. Petting the cat is also a clever way for me to stand up and stretch. Thank you for that, Jydern. And hello, by the way. I haven't greeted you yet. I also didn't say hi to Pomp Rocks. Hi. Okay. So this should go into here. And we're looking for character now. Oops. Character. That actually goes there if they're not dead. So if character.hp is greater than 0, then that. All right, let's see if that fixes it. Yes. But did it break any of the other things? No, it did not. Cool. So now, when I die next to these guys, they won't kick me when I'm down, hopefully. Okay, he's hitting me. He's attacking me. He's hitting me. And no, this does not count as self-harm. This is my character. He is a virtual person, not a real one. So it is perfectly okay for, I think. Is it perfectly okay, according to TOS, to want my virtual character to be hit? Okay, so now he's dead. Sitting there dead, the monster should not be attacking me, and he is not. That's good. Alright, moment I respawn, though, he should attack me again. There he goes. He's missing me. I haven't tuned the numbers for a while, so I have no idea if, like, the hit rate is correct. I think we're good, though. A good test would be that I make it so he would hit me on every swing, though, right? To make sure he's not attacking me now. I think we're good, though, so let's check that in. That is affixed to the enemy subroutine. Here. NPC enemy. Don't consider dead players to be enemies. Commit. Alright, so back to working on this script. I think we're done. Let me check that in. This is, I don't have a test for NPC AI because I call it an integration step, and I don't like to do integration tests. Oh, this was inspired by Adam, right? This was remove an unnecessary level of indentation. Remove unnecessary indentation. Indentation level. Commit. And then I suppose we'll check in these individual lines first and call it that we're adding comments. So add comments for each step in the NPC AI script. And then this one is enable NPCs to attack their enemies. Yay! They can be attacked. Alright, what's next? We've done attack. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn all these into check marks. There we go. I've done that. I've done that, and this, and this. There should be 5 blocks, if I did this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, nice. Okay, so there's drop aggro on enemies if no longer in aggro range. Also, technically, I should have drawn aggro if they're within attack range, so maybe that's what I'll do. I'll say that that's not completely done yet. And I'm going to, in addition to attack, I'm going to do NPC pull aggro, I think I called it. Or is it aggro pull? Aggro pull. NPC aggro pull, context enemy. Okay, so the way I'm going to test that is I'm going to stand next to this guy. And then inspect, well, before I die, I'm going to inspect this slime and see who is on his aggro list. I am on his aggro list. Yay. So, that worked. Next. Drop aggro. I guess I can check that in as a step. It's a silly step, but why not? We like to check in silly steps. When attack NPCs. When attacking enemies, put them on the aggro list. Only makes sense, right? Hey there, Akira Lane. How are you doing today? Drop aggro on enemies no longer in aggro range. So, that means I need to consider what does aggro range mean. Oh, I already had that in here, right? Have NPC aggro get next and enemy. No, that's not it. Aggro search? Was that it? That returns the search area. Aggro check is the one that checks to see if things are in aggro range, right? Yes. So I think we just want to call this one. So that's what I'm going to do. So the way I have it is it goes after step 3. So 1, 2, 3. So down here. I'm going to call that. Just context, right? And I'm going to copy this one. Actually, it's both of these. No, it's not. I don't have to actually have any pull aggro thing in here, do I? Actually, it's right here. Oh, shoot. These are wrong then, right? Or at least I need to divide up what this does into 3 pieces. Or 2 pieces, this one and this one, right? This is drop aggro, this is pull aggro. And pursue. Ah, shoot, what do I do here? I guess what I can do is I can say, reorder these a little bit. The kitten has arrived, yes. Hold on, we shall pet the kitten. The kitten has been petted. Thank you, Mr. Muffles. All right. Happy kitten. Sleepy kitten right now. Happy kitten, happy muffles. Yeah. Okay, I need to work on this a little bit, don't I? I hate to go back to this aggro check subroutine and modify it, but it sort of need to, right? Because what this does is it looks through the aggro search area and does a couple of things. It keeps track of the number of old enemies not accounted for, and it builds a new aggro list. So it... How do I see this? It can add an enemy to the aggro list. It can remove an enemy from an aggro list if it doesn't find it, or if it's no longer an enemy. Yeah, that's if it's found, but it's no longer an enemy. And it can remove it down here if it's not found anymore. Yeah, I suppose that these can be combined. How would I do that? Why don't we just combine it onto this step? So update aggro list. Look, scan aggro search area and update aggro list. Right. So it should be not be aggro target. It should be if pursuit target is no longer in aggro list, stop pursuit and clear. So I don't need to clear aggro target. It's clear. Yeah, I don't need to do that because stop pursuit already clears the pursuit target. If not beyond max tether range, but enemies within aggro. So I don't need to do that. I don't need to pull aggro. I should say, if not beyond max tether range of anchor and not pursuing, but aggro list is not empty, pursue enemy with the most threat. I'm just going to sit right now, it'd be arbitrary. Okay, so then that means we've done this one. That goes here. Done with that. Pursuit target is no longer an aggro list, stop pursuit. I think I have enough to do that now. Because I have stop pursuit, and we're maintaining who we're pursuing, right? In the pursuit subroutine. Where is that? Pursuit start does it, right? Yeah. So that is put onto a list, isn't it? Yeah, pursuing. So we can just check to see, is that in the aggro list or not? Let me think about this. We need to know if it's an enemy, don't we? Actually, this specifically said no longer in the aggro list. I mean, it implies that it used to be. Does that mean I need to have another flag saying that, like, target is enemy or something? I think I do need another flag. Alright, so that means I'm going to need to update the pursuit test. The stop pursuit needs to clear the flag if it's set. Where's the stop pursuit test? It's probably at the top. Blah, blah, blah. Stop pursuit. Aha. So not only do we want to clear that, but let's just set it to false here. What's the right word here? This is the entity we're pursuing. False is what is pursuit target enemy. That's too long. I could call it pursuing enemy. But that word is this word is the name of this other variable, so it makes me uncomfortable. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just go with it. So that's going to fail now. So I need to update this. Pursuit stop needs to actually set it to false. Is false. Run. Cool. And no other tests are, all the other tests are passing. Okay. So given we have that flag, then this would be the combination of if, actually it's just if, if context.npc.pursuing enemy and not in a list. Oh, I don't have a subroutine for that. Or do I? I might have one in utilities. Like to check if something is in a list. If not, I can add it. Dialog start destroy. No. I'm gonna add it really quick. Let's add it really quick. So we're gonna be adding a new utility. I need to go to utilities tests. Add a new function at the bottom. It's gonna be is in list. So we need to have a list. So local list is, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Moon unit expect true is in list 1, 2, 3, false for 4, false for 0. There we go. Easy peasy. Run that. It's going to fail because the function does not exist. Add it. Function, whoops. Function is in list item. And so I think I'll just keep it simple. I will say for, I don't care about the index, element in I pairs list do. If element equals item, then return true. If we get out, then return false. It didn't work. Why not? Attempt to call a nil value. Oh, these are colons, not underscores. There we go. So now I can use that function, but I should probably check it in. Frequent check-ins for different things, right? Add is in list utility function. Right, and then I should check this in too. So NPC pursuit stop. Add flag for, add flag to, well, clear pursuing enemy flag. And yeah, let's just check this one as it, check this one in as is. NPC AI update aggro list. That makes sense, right? Keep it simple. All right. So pursuit is no longer an aggro list. Stop pursuit. So if and not is in list context NPC aggro. I think this will work, even though it's not technically a list, it's a JSON array. I think it operates like a list. I think so. I'll have to double check. A comma context NPC pursuing, right? Then so it'll be stop pursuit. NPC pursuit stop context. Yep. All right. So we're done with that. If not beyond max tether range of anchor, not pursuing, but aggro list is not to pursue enemy with the most threat. Actually, I could test what we have so far by getting close to that enemy. Oh, how did I die? So let him attack me. He's not attacking me. Is he broken? Oh, we've got script errors. Nil value in aggro check, line 196. 196. Go to 196, please. How come it won't go to 196? Because I have to hit enter. There we go. So it says that we're indexing a nil value, that this is nil. Is it nil? It's not nil. It's got something in the list. If that's the enemy entity we're looking at. Oh, we might be looking at all these guys, like including George. He doesn't even have an aggro list. I'm looking at the wrong component. Actually, he does. Do all these guys have an aggro list? These guys do not. It's missing. Okay, yeah, so that's a bug. If the aggro table doesn't exist. So let me add a test for that. NPC aggro test. It should be check. Aggro check. If it's missing, is that what we want to say? Hold on. Why do we start with some stuff in the aggro list? Oh. Yeah, we want to... Yeah, so I should check... I should have an alternate of this test where the aggro table doesn't exist. So we're going to call it aggro check no aggro list. No pre-existing aggro list. So let's see what I can trim out. I can definitely get rid of that. What else do I need? What else can I get rid of here? I can simplify this to just hostile entity. Just one guy. Just one dude. Get rid of all the other dudes here. Doesn't matter. Okay. Sure, I mean, I'll just leave all this stuff. I don't care about this stuff, though. And this is simplified to that. And it should just be hostile entity. There we go. All right. So what do you have for me? It succeeds. Why did it succeed? Oh, did it start? Oh, it started with 1. Yeah, we have to get rid of that. Boom. Now it fails. So I believe the fix is to make a lot of this stuff conditional. So so that's local. So right here we should say if context NPC aggro, then this, else. That should be 0. Right. It's that easy, right? Try it again. And I think it's working because my character's being hit now. I'm probably gonna die before I can get back to him. Oh, I'm not quite dead. All right. So when I move out of range, I should be dropped from the aggro table. Oh, it worked. If I move back into range and hit refresh, I'm in the aggro table. Move. Oh, I'm dead. It should actually, if I refresh, I'll be out of the aggro table. Okay, so it's working. So I get dropped from the aggro table when I'm no longer considered an enemy, or if I go out of range. So if I just move out of range, I forget what his range is. It's 1. Let me make him more aggressive. Aggro range of 3, right? And now I will move so where I'll just be 1 square away. No, stop moving towards me. Yeah, see, now I'm still in his aggro table. If I move more than 3 squares away, I'd get dropped. Okay, looks like it's working. Let's check that in. Okay, I fixed a bug here. So let's check that one in first. So NPC aggro, fix bug, fix, I don't know, error, or crash? Fix crash. It crashes in that the script stops prematurely. Fix crash on missing aggro list. Right, and then this one is stop. Actually, we haven't tested this yet. In order to test this, we actually have to actually have the code to do the pursuit in the first place. We're gonna have to be chased around by little green guys to test this one. All right, let's get chased. That would be this step, right? Was I in the middle of writing that and I didn't hit save? No, I never wrote it. Let's write it now. Whoops. All right. Gosh, dang it. All right. If not beyond max tether range of anchor and not pursuing, but aggro list is not empty, pursue enemy with the most threat. All right, so the ifs are encoded like this. So we've already gotten the anchor distance, so we can just do this. So not beyond would be less than or equal to. And not pursuing would be and. What is it when they're not pursuing anything? Let's check. Oh, how did I die? He must have wandered over and hit me while I wasn't looking. The pursuing key isn't there at all. Does it get removed? Oh, yeah. We should do the same thing here, actually. We should just remove the key. So, yeah, let's expect it to be... if we package up a nil as JSON and put that into the delta, it actually removes the key completely. Which I think I prefer. So make sure that's what we do. All right, so then, yeah, so we just need to check it for truthiness, or falsiness here in this case, not context NPC. Oh, and hold on a second. I have to be careful because things like stopping pursuit, it doesn't actually apply immediately because it's working with immutable data. What it does is it puts into the delta table a request, or basically the delta table is a composite structure, which is like all the requests to make changes. So this will put something into the delta table that requests that the NPC stop pursuing something. So it means it hasn't happened yet. So I need to keep that in mind. Like if we started pursuing something here, we won't know if it won't show up here because it hasn't actually been applied yet. Is that okay? Well, I think that's why I repeat the check here. Because if that's true, we'll be pursuing there and we don't want to go into here. You know, I think it's so. I think we're okay. So this would be pursuing. And then aggro list not empty. So if this one populates the aggro list, this one won't see it until the next turn. Is that okay? So if you pull aggro, it'll take a half second before it starts pursuing you. I guess that's okay for now. I can fine tune this later. So this will be we just check what the list has. Not empty would mean and two things. Well, actually, we can just chain them. And context NPC aggro, and length of context NPC aggro is greater than 0. Then pursue the enemy with the most threats. So NPC pursuit start pursuit start context, and then I had a subroutine to get this. It was it's in here, right? Get next enemy. That's what it was. Actually, this already does that check. So what I can do here, I can drop that, and I can just put it here. Enemy equals that context, and I can say if enemy, then start pursuing them. There. Okay, now I might be chased if I actually respawn. Oh, no, script is broken. I can tell because he didn't attack me. Ooh, what is this? They're trying to attack me. They're trying to pursue me. But it's passing a bad argument number 6 to find path. It expects a number and got nil instead. Well, it starts on pursuit start 167. It's argument number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the max cost is nil. Max cost is what? Oh. I forgot I need to pass that in. Okay. So that needs to be here. The max cost, didn't I have a constant for that? There we go. Max pursuit range. Actually, do I want to use max pursuit range there, or do I want something smaller? I guess it doesn't matter. And then this was supposed, let me see what I used that ID for. I think that was for caching purposes. Right. Wait a minute, what is it used for? For caching, right? Suit ID. Oh, it just goes into there. So it's going to be the entity. Got it. Oh, it goes back into pursuing. Right, because I was doing it that way. Yeah. Okay. So then it would be the enemy again. There we go. Am I being chased now? No. Is it still an error? No. Probably because I'm not close enough. Oh, what are you doing, George? Oh, George is attacking his enemies. He's actually doing what he's supposed to do. Yay, George. Kill it. It looks like the NPCs don't actually die, though. Okay. So NPCs can't kill other NPCs right now. Oh, I think that's broken. I think I broke that, but I should be able to be killed though. Okay, they're not going to pursue me because I'm not far enough away, right? I mean, I drop aggro range too quickly. I need to update the slime so that they aggro further away. Let's set that to 3, and then I'm going to go just unpaint all of the slimes that are out there now. So the next one that spawns should have an aggro range of 3. You can spawn anytime now. There you go. Aggro range 3. All right, so all these guys should chase me until I get like 3 squares away. Yep. He's chasing me. At least I thought he was chasing me. He's not chasing me now? No, I'm still in his aggro list. Is he not pursuing me, though? He is pursuing me. Why is he not continuing the pursuit? Oh, he wandered next to me. He had a path to pursue me, but they stopped, though. When I move out of range, I should be dropped. Hold on. Is he still chasing me? He is pursuing me, but I'm not on the aggro list anymore. Wait a minute. So that failed then. I'm dropping aggro didn't stop. It didn't stop pursuing me. All right. Well, you can't get it right the first time, I guess. So this will this show up here? Yes. So those are pursuit paths. Okay, let me think about this. What's his ID? Ends in 6-8. Okay, so 6. So this is his pursuit. So the moment I step up and I step 1 away, it should be update. Oh, it's not. It's not updating. Why isn't it? Huh. Okay, George. You don't have to do me any favors. Okay. Okay, when it dropped aggro, it didn't stop the pursuit for some reason. It also didn't, when it was pursuing, it didn't continue. So those two are broken. Oh, am I not setting? I didn't. That's what it is. I forgot to set that flag. Dang it. Okay. I never set that flag in the first place. I need to set it down here. Okay. So to set the flag, we need to do two things, right? I need to say if not context delta NPC, then context delta NPC equals a table. Then context delta NPC dot pursuing enemy is true. There we go. And he killed me in the meantime. George, I'm just gonna lock George up. He's interfering. You go over there. Stay in your corner. All right, now he is chasing me. No, he's not. Oh, he got pulled by the tether. Okay, good. So they have a tether. They can't wander. They can't leave this green area. If they do, they get pulled back. So now that they're out of range, none of them should be pathing to me. This one still is, though. Oh, but the other flag is missing. Okay. Let me step within range to aggro him, and then step out. Now they should be cleared. Yes. That's still true, though. Weird. I thought I had pursuit stop clear that flag. Hmm. I just got a text. Okay. So this is a weird situation. Why is that true without any path? That should have been removed. Unless it got set here. Oh, but okay, I need to put that inside of there. That's the mistake. All right. So try again. Get these guys to chase me and then leave the area. Then look. Cool. No longer pursuing me. I should be able to get him to chase me now. Why is he not chasing me right now? 3132. Oh, now he is. Is he just slow? Or is he wandering? I think he's wandering. Hold on, I need to go way over here. Okay, now he's pursuing his tether. Actually, I should just be looking at his entity reference and then clicking his pursuit. Alright, and then pull aggro again. And then... Right, now he's chasing me. In fact, I should show that. See, why is he not stepping to chase me now? What's going on? Why is he not moving? Dropped aggro. I got too far away. Oh, it's within only 3 squares. Dang it. So now he's chasing me. You can see his pursuit path. Oh, he reached the end of the path. He doesn't know what to do now. That's what happened. I'm like, I'm not where I'm supposed to be. It needs to recompute a new path. Okay, that's probably something I missed here. Yeah, if pursuing a target and that target has moved, recompute path to target. I forgot to do that step. I'm going to say that that's done, and I'm going to need to do that, otherwise the monsters get confused. Okay, but if I didn't move, it would have worked. So if I pull aggro, and then I move, and I don't move again, he should path to me and attack me. There he goes. There we go. So that works. I gotta move too far, actually. Move too far again. Why is he not pathing to chase me? There he goes. Why did he path a second time, though? That's weird. Wait a minute. Did he give up? Now he's chasing me. This is weird. It's like there's some bugs in there. I think they're also wandering when they shouldn't be wandering. Okay. One thing it's confusing maybe to look at is the path sort of lingers even when he's no longer using the path because I don't have it turning that one off. I could adjust the script to do that, I think. Let me think about how I would do that. I'm not going to bother doing that. It's too complicated right now. Yeah, why did he stop there? What's going on now? He stopped for some reason, even though he should have gone to the next... He should have gone to step 3, -4, 1. Why didn't he? Oh, is he still wandering? This should return and not wander if he takes the next step. But for some reason it is it? Oh, you know what? The wander can happen when we start pursuing. Start pursuing it, it won't know that we're pursuing yet. So probably what I should do is return here. This should also return. All right, try that. Oh, I'm dead. I die so easily in this game. Yeah. What caused him to stop walking there? And what's he doing now? What is your state? I don't get it. Why didn't he move? Or he should have. What's he doing? It's hard because the maybe I should turn off wander for now because that's screwing me up. Let me turn off wander. No longer wandering. Now they should only move when they're pursuing me. Yeah, moving left. Now what is he doing? He's stuck or something. He should be following this path, so he should be moving to 5-1, but for some reason he's not. What is he doing? Is there's no script error, is there? Ooh, there is a script error. That's what it is. There's a script error. Is in list nil in the 4. Okay. So it's a bug. Line 314. So this list is nil. And we're calling it from NPC Act line 42. The aggro. Oh, is the aggro list clear? No. Kitty! Must pet kitty. You got double pets. Got extra pets there, A squared. How are you doing today? Large floofball. I know, he's such a cute floofball too. Okay, I'm trying to debug this broken NPC right now. One thing it's hard to see is I don't know if that's the entity that's failing on. Context NPC aggro isn't nil, is it? Maybe this is a problem with an array. So how would I test that? I could put in something, oh, what am I thinking of? Oh, wait. Did I do iPairs? I did do iPairs. Does iPairs not work with a JSON array? Maybe that's the problem. Wait a minute, it won't be a JSON array, it'll just be an array, it'll just be a list. Four hands confirmed. I do need to adjust the camera though. It's getting a little bit dark. So let's switch to darker chroma key. And there. That'll work. Yep, fuzziness happens when it's the light from the window gets darker and darker. It's sunset here in Southern California already. Maybe it's because it's a little cloudy. Yeah, those were my son's hands you saw in addition to my hands. I don't actually have 4 hands. Okay, something is wrong right there. Attempt to index a nil value in for iterator right here. So I guess it's saying that the list is nil. And that list is given to us from line 42, which is context NPC aggro. It's definitely something that's pursuing an enemy. So none of these other people should be none of these other slimes should be pursuing an enemy. Only this one should be, right? Pursuing enemy, true. So he's not. And none of these guys should be. Oh, this one is. Hold on. Do I need to delete this guy? I think I need to delete this guy. I can just hit delete on him. Maybe that was what was breaking. Nope, it's someone else. Or some other slime. This one needs to go. Remove that one. What? The entity, this pursuing enemy is not set. Is this just, these just broken? This one should be set correctly though. Yes. So these other ones were just broken before? I don't know, maybe. I suppose I can just hack in here. Error. I don't know. I can do... Hmm. Why does iPairs do what it does? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. I'd really like to just limit it to one slime. Actually, I can do that really quickly. I can set limit 1 on this guy, because I'm just being confused by there being too many of these dang slimes, so we're going to weed them out. Now there can only be one. Now, do we still get the error? No. Okay, so it was some other slime that was screwing things up. The question is, what's this guy doing? Why is he not moving? He should be moving to... The next step is 2. Should we be moving to -5, which is right here? But he's not moving. Why not? What's he doing? Pursuing me. I guess I could take a peek at the game journal and see what's going on. Grab that and then paste it here, and it's JSON. Okay, there's no action being done. It's just particle effects going on. So that's not it. So he's not doing any action. He's not choosing to do anything. So it should be doing this one. Why not? Oh, this should be a less than or equal to. Because it's 1 based. Duh. Okay, now he'll move. Yeah, now he's chasing me again. Stupid bugs. All right. So now he's going to be chasing me around the block here. Look at that. One, two, three. Yeah, what's he doing now? Did I move too far away? I'm too far away. Oh, does the aggro range... Hold on, what's his aggro? Oh, we're not showing the aggro range because I forgot to add that to the debug tiles. Let's do that. Aggro needs to log the debug tiles just like Anchor does. This thing right here. So when this does a search, we need to log it. Right here. And I need to check, is this aggro search actually used? Let me do that. I think that is obsolete. Oh no, that was for testing. Yeah, we need that. All right, need that. This line, though, can go here. This is aggro store debug tiles. And I'm just going to take that function and duplicate it. For now. Might make a common function later. This is aggro. So this is aggro area. Which I think it's the same otherwise. All right, so that should apply. Unless there's a script error. There isn't a script error. Pursuit continue index is a nil value. Lua being Lua. Numerical for blocks have support for steps. Oh, you were looking at what iPairs does? Yeah, it's used with it produces something that the iterator protocol for 4 can work with. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Not always, but a lot of times I forget to say that, and I think I do it like this because that makes sense to me. And I forget that, oh yeah, I need to use this to make it fit into the iterator pattern required by the for in. It like you said, it returns three things, like an object, a table, and the next step, which starts at 0 or something like that. All right, what's this bug here? Pursuit continue line 219. Okay, so it's out of range, I guess. Let's see. Oh, path is empty. Wait a minute. Again, this happens where it's true, but the path is empty. Let's just remove that for now. See if that clears things up. No, it's still happening. Yeah, it's similar to how iterators work in C++, right? Where there's an iterator object, and then that object has some state in it. Only in Lua, the state is given directly to you to then pass along to the for in thing. It's weird. Okay, so there is only one guy, unless he is pursuing something. No. So why are we even going into pursuit continue? Line 70. What's line 70? If there's a path and a step. Wait a minute, was there a step? Oh, there is a step. Why? Oh, shoot. That's what's wrong. We should remove the step variable when we reach the end, when pursuit stop happens. So, yes. Let's add that requirement to pursuit stop. This should set the step to nil also. Actually, shouldn't I just set them all to nil? I should just do that all. Stop pursuit should set them all to nil. Yeah, why not? Why am I messing around with zeros and stuff? All right. So then I'll just remove them now. Submit. And then that should clear the error. And now I'm being attacked again. Flee! And now it's Ring Around the Rosie again. So if I go far enough away, he won't find me. But if I go in within aggro range, he should find me now. What's going on? Oh, broke it again. He's broken. Easily broken NPCs. Okay, so this weird combination happened now. Oh, he probably tried to pursue me and there was no path to get to me. So... I should just look for where this step gets set to 0. Aha. Yes. That should be nil. This shouldn't have anything in it. These should not have anything in them either. All right. That should be nil. So should that. All right. Fixed it maybe? Only he'll have some garbage in his variables here. I need to remove path and step. And pursuing enemy. Submit. Okay, now he's pursuing me again. Around the block. Okay. Now he's behaving like I expect him to be. If I get within 3 tiles of him, he spots me and starts chasing me again. If I move far enough... Okay, there I dropped aggro. And he should have stopped pursuing me. Well, that's weird. The step didn't get removed, but the path did. Huh. So that's what, drop, aggro, pursuit stop. Pursuit stop should have removed the step, but why didn't it? Should have removed it. Why is step still there? Okay, let's search for all places where that is done. Weird. Oh, I think I might know what it is. I think it's because I didn't return early. Yeah. When we stop pursuit, we shouldn't continue the pursuit down here. Shoot. Let me think about this. It's right here I should return. Either that or I need to, like, look in two places. Look at the previous state and the next state. Yeah, I took away the Yoda voice. No one was using it. Also, I had a cold and I didn't want to stress my voice. Took it away for now. I can turn it back on later. And I am not being pursued yet. Remove that. Submit. Alright. Should see me. No, not yet. Here he'll see me, and he'll chase me. Move far enough away. Right, and he just, like, doesn't... He's like, I don't know where he went. I don't see him anymore. So I'm going to move there. He'll spot me. Cool. I think it's working now. Alright. So, what do I do now? I guess we'll consider that those steps were done. Oh, I want to do this one next, right? If pursuing a target and the target is moved, recompute the path to the target. These things don't have great object permanence. The problem is that what these things do, like NPC pursuit stop, is it just puts in a request to clear the path step and pursuing enemy, right? But then if there's a next step that checks those variables again, it's checking the immutable previous state again. So this doesn't actually stop. It, like, queues a request to stop. So this will still be set to true, right? So by doing an early return, it forces it to actually apply the change, and then when it gets down to here, then this stop will have happened. So to make it not delay a turn, I'd have to not only look at if we were pursuing, we also have to look at have we started to pursue. They just forget that you exist and go out of range. Yeah, they can only see 3 tiles away. They're like, oh, I don't know where he went. I suppose we could have them continue along the path because they might pick us up again. Right? So, move this one lower priority, and basically if pursuit, make pursuit more higher priority. So always take the next step of pursuing, and only when we reach the end of the path would we say, like, oh, okay, I don't know where he went. Object permanence in the sense of understanding that things just don't go away magically. Yeah, they don't have that concept right now. But if I move this up, then it would seem like they did, because they would go to where you last were and then possibly spot you again. But yeah, if I add this other thing right here, this recompute the path, then they would have more permanence, because as they're pursuing you, they would change their trajectory to chase you if they see you move. Like 3-month-olds? Well, that's the sophistication level of my scripts right now. Okay. Wait a minute, what's this doing here? Isn't that the same as that? Yeah, what's this doing here? Let me think about this. Is that redundant? It's exactly the same as that. I think it is, so I'm going to remove this right now. I think I want to do this next. That will track the last position of the target and check if they moved. And if they have, we will do another path find. But they have to decide if we can't find a path or they've left. Actually, if we get here, that means we passed this one, right? So they're still within aggro range. Yeah. So maybe I don't need that. Oh, went behind the wall. Guess you're gone. Well, the illusion is, or their nearsightedness has to do with what I have set here for the aggro range. So I only need to get 4 squares away, and now he can't see me. The moment I step 1 square north, he's going to see me. No, I'm still 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 more. Now he sees me, and he's going to be able to chase me around, right? He's missing me. He hit me. See, there's where it looks kind of odd. Like, he goes the wrong direction at first because I used to be in a different spot. So, like this, for example. He hits me, then move to the left, and then he follows the end of his path, and then he looks for me again. I think I do need that then. I don't want to die, so move me out of range here. So let's add this in. I think I need this. If pursuing a target, the target is moved, recompute the path. I should do it after this down here, because otherwise it's going to look funny. They'll take a step on the old path. Yeah, I think I need to move this. Hold on. I guess I can, if I do this and recompute the path, then this needs to look at the new path, doesn't it? I guess I can do that. I can just check the delta. Yeah, okay, so let me update this one first. The pursue continue. So this should like look at the delta. If something's in the delta, that should override what the previous state is. So where's my continue tests? Cost, start. Here we go. Can move, not, okay, so let me duplicate this test. Continue pursuit, path changed. So, path changed here means a new path and or step. Actually, just a new path is queued up to be set via the delta table. In this case, the new path overrides the current path. All right. So if that is the old path, let's put a new path. Actually, I want this to be the new path. So it'll be delta.npc.path, and these are like JSON arrays. I think this will still work though. The reason why these are JSON arrays and these aren't is just a silly technical issue, a limitation I have in translating between Lua tables and JSON arrays that I haven't bothered to clean up yet. when they are going from Lua to C++, they have to be marked as JSON arrays. If they're coming from C++ to Lua, then we just always just make them tables. Because we know if it's already a JSON array, we just know that it's going to be a list type table. But the other direction is a little bit more tricky because we'd have to look at the Lua table and see, well, does it look like an array or does it look like an object? Or does it not fit both either way? So step 2, that would go with this, right? But let's say we switch directions. This would be context delta MB. Step is 1. So if we're at where 3, -2, and we were about to move to 4, -2, and now instead we're going to move to 4, -1, 3, -1. We're just going to move in the opposite direction, right? Then when we move, what is this expect destination? Oh, right, where are we going to move to? It should be 3, -1. And the step should be 2. And what's this? I don't know what that's doing there. I'm going to remove it. Doesn't seem to belong there. I think I know why it was in the previous test. It means basically checking we're not changing the pursuing ID. Yeah. That's what I expect. So this will allow it to like switch directions in the same turn and move along the new direction in the same turn, which I kind of want. All right, so that's a change in pursuit continue. All right. So we should check if context delta.mpc.path, then something else this way. Actually, moved. It's all a separate set of things, right? Yes. Although moved ought to be move out of here. Local moved. Let's initialize that to false and just overwrite it here. Actually, it doesn't. I don't need to initialize it. This becomes moved equals NPC move. Some of this is the same though, right? It's now delta NPC path context delta NPC step 1 and 2. And if moved and delta NPC step is less than the length of that, then yes. Yeah, otherwise it will cancel this, right? Right. Okay, so just slightly different. It's pulling it from the delta and not the previous. And it didn't work. Why not? Attempt to index a nil value. I hate that error, by the way. Attempt to index a nil value. NPC. Oh. Yeah, we got to actually set that up, don't we? Or I could just do it this way. Path equals that. Oh, it's not, there you go. The table was empty before. Let me do it this way. Yeah. And then try again. Delta is nil? What? Oh, delta delta. Cool. All right. So run them all. I broke something else though, apparently. Pursuit can move last step. The path is missing. Oh. Oh, right, our expectations I forgot to update these expectations. So that I broke that earlier and just didn't check it before. Same thing here, probably can't move. Yeah, we were supposed to remove the path completely if that happens. And this too, no path to target, so right. So there is no. So it should, yeah, clear the previous. Still wrong. There is a length to the path. Why would there be? Actual was a table. A table for a step? Oh, because this is probably set to nil. Whoops. Dang it, I lost my place now. Go back to here. Here. Is that what we're getting? Okay, that's wrong. So that's what it should be. I messed it up somehow. Working on some C# stuff, and this is so strange. You're patching it at runtime, which is wonky enough, but you're also trying to patch implicit constructors that handle things like defaults for fields. Ooh. That's some pretty advanced C# stuff. Pursuit start. This is the case where no path found but had a previous path. Oh yeah, what do we want to do there? Oh, why is it doing this? That's wrong. Yeah. If path length is 0, then this should be equal to JSON nil. Else this. There we go. All right, I broke all of these somehow. Oh, I remember why. Because we're now stashing the debug tiles, so I just need to make an empty mock for that. Just like I did over here. Mock the functions used for tile debugging. That needs to be done up here somewhere. Right here. Cool. All right. End up modifying the assembly the VM runs at the bike clip. Ooh. That file locks. That sounds like a lot of fun, A squared. That's some pro level stuff too. Sounds scary, actually. All right. So how are we looking, slime guy? Did I break your logic completely? Can you still see me? You can still see me. I've left aggro range. Now he sees me again and she's chasing me around the corner. Okay, but he doesn't recompute his path when I move. So that's the next step I was gonna do. This part here. So it goes before taking the next step. If pursuing a target and that target has moved, recompute path to target. How do I know if they've moved though? I'd have to stash where they're moving to. I guess that's always the last step of the path, right? I can just have it look in the last step. Yeah. So the last step of the pursuit path will be where I should be. If I'm no longer there, then it can just do a pathfind again. That's what we can do. The assembly modification is actually fun. It ends up being a typed stack-based assembly language. You like assembly. Cool. If you like assembly language, then you'd probably be really good at embedded programming. If you're not already doing that for your day job. Right. So the target move implies it's the previous path. So it would be if something. So if we're pursuing an enemy, and I guess I want a subroutine here. I want to just get the position and compare it to the last step, right? I can make this a subroutine that's part of pursuit. Pursuit. A target moved. Sure. I'll need to know what the target was, which that is enemy. Pursuing, right? Then I guess I need to do all this stuff, right? Yeah, I just do this. And then this works with that now, so I don't need to return early. Okay, I just need to implement this. So we're going to have some script errors until that's defined, right? It's going to be like, I don't know what that is. So we're adding that. Pursuit test. Target moved. All right. So we need, the range would sort of be the same then, I guess. And I don't need move. Act would be local target moved equals NPC pursuit target moved. Let's have two cases. Target not moved and target moved. Context and what's my target? Oh, I haven't set it up here. So, yes. This doesn't exist. Context NPC pursue. Actually, it's like start pursuit, right? I need to have an entity. Oh, I have a target entity. There we go. Target entity. Assert. Expect. Moon unit expect false target mood. And then this is target move. So we'll have to move the target here. So I will do updating the position of the target entity, right? So x equals x plus 1. And this will be true. Okay, so we need to make I didn't save that yet. That's why. Okay. Now I know why I wasn't getting errors. I never actually saved those changes. Okay, so new function, context target, and Kite. Yeah, he rotates slightly sometimes. Okay, so we need to get to the position of the target. So that's game with entity component of type. I think the function goes first, right? Yeah. Position entity, yeah. Target. All right. So with the position, let's assume it's true. and then we'll return true, or moved. If we actually get a position, then we're going to compare, right? If then moved is true, and, or false. It didn't move if the two coordinates match. So if position.x equals, let's get a copy of the last step. So last step equals context NPC path, context NPC, the length of the context NPC path. There we go. So if that is equal to that one, and the y is equal to last step 2, then they didn't move. Right. So I got a true for that, and I shouldn't have. So that could be that that's not the target's position, 4, -1. Oh, it's not. We need to set that, right? Yes. X equals 4, y equals -1. Let's just set it here. So this is 5, -1. There we go. Cool. All right. So target moved works. Cool. So if I did this right, then he should, once I pull aggro, once I start moving, he should recalculate. Okay, I can't get too far away, though. Wait a minute, what's he doing now? Script error? Script error. Oh, I just cleared it and I shouldn't have. I'm missing a parenthesis somewhere. Dang it, and I don't know which one it is. Let's try just doing a no-op change here and looking really quick at the end. No, it's not this one then. Could be this one. Oh, I don't see what it is. Okay, hopefully they all parse. And I'm just missing something. Okay, let's just look at the error. Target entity or position is nil for pursuit start on... Oh, I think I know what that is. We're missing these two arguments down here. No, it's enemy, it's what it is. It's this field. And time to wrap these. Okay, still getting a problem. Let me see, is this state busted? No, state isn't busted. So what's the script error? Wait a minute. 71, right here. There's something wrong here. It thinks that this is Boolean. Oh, this is pursuing. There we go. And now he's after me. Oh, and now he's adjusting his target to me, his path to me. There we go. So if I get him to chase me around the corner and then I move here, he should go straight to me. There we go. I fixed it. Now they're smarter, incrementally smarter. They changed their path to get to me now. Look at that. I cannot escape unless I move faster than him. And then if I get out of his aggro range, he stops. Hey there, Killaroo. Am I one of your favorite programmers? Aw. How are you doing today? I'm rebuilding the NPC logic in my game. So we've been playing with this slime here. He's been chasing me around this corner, and he's actually getting pretty good at it now. If I get too far away, if I get more than 3 squares away, he stops. But he's pretty good at adjusting his destination if I move out of the way. So now if I like do that, he finds where I am still. So this gets more fun if I increase his aggro range. Let's do that. Aggro range 8. Update. Now he will chase me further away. Oh, look at that. I can't get away now. He's going to chase me down this hallway. And I go swing past him. It's a good thing that I move twice as fast as he does. So I can't hide behind this wall. He will try to get to me. Look at that. Go this way. If I get beyond his tether range, he'll snap back though. I want to see that happen. There he goes. So he got basically too far out of range, and I can't aggro him now until he returns. Another petting is in order. Your wish is my command. Yeah, whenever someone redeems that in the Cats on the Cat Tower, I gotta pet the cat. They can magically smell me right now, yeah. So they have an aggro radius now, or range. So that looks like that. And it's their actual aggro range plus 5, so that we can somewhat cache the search, and so it's not so expensive. I should put the wander back into the script so they actually wander around. So now they can now he can wander around, and you'll see, like, as he wanders around, he'll continue to use his cached aggro search. Unless is he broken? Oh, he's broken. Pursuit continue is broken. Uh-oh. Broke something. The vicious, ginormous beast. Who's really just a huge cute, lovely floof. Exactly. Hey there, Master Agent Miyazaki. Hi. Okay, so I broke the script again. Bad argument 2 when we index something. Oh, we got a JSON. Is that the problem? Hold on, let me clear and see. Yeah, we're getting it again. So what's his state? I'm in his aggro table, but he's pursuing the anchor. He's on step 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, he's supposed to move back to negative 7, 4. He's supposed to move back to here, and he's not doing it. Is that because he's within range now? Let's look at his wander area. No, that's George's wander area. Where's his slime's wander area? So he's within 5. What's his minimum wander? Minimum tether? 5. Okay, so it's got to it's the point where he returns to where... Oh, it's continuing when it shouldn't. Oh, okay. Game's going okay. I'm trying to reconstruct the game's NPC scripts so that they're more maintainable. But I'm debugging it right now. Rumor has it that its tongue is rough enough to stand steel and the fur is dense enough to turn away the coldest of winds. Yeah, pretty much. Tongue. Yeah, so recently, I don't know if you've seen it, Master Agent, but we added, or I added, equipment slots. You can't really do anything with them yet. They're just the functionality to put matching items in there is there. So I can't put gold in my main hand. I can't put the sword on my foot, but I can put the sword on my main hand. And we added boxes, so I can go up to this box and look into it, and I can take things in and out of the box. Boxes can contain other boxes that we can take out and then drop on the ground, and then look in the box that was in the box, and there's more stuff in there. I can pick up that box. I can put that box in the other box. All that stuff is working now. So, getting there. Boxes and boxes, indeed. But right now, my slime is broken. I want to fix him. Okay, so he is on line 85 right here. Okay. He's still pursuing something, and it's on line 225 of pursuit continue. Right here. The error is that it expects a string and got a JSON for the indexer. That's a JSON? Why would it be expecting a string? Eh. Weird. Do the boxes handle items by reference? Yes, they do. I can show you what they look like. That box has a container component, and it has an items array, which looks like that. So it operates similarly to how a player's inventory works. So if I look at my characters, where's my character? Right there. My player's inventory is a similar thing. So that's the references in my player's inventory. That's the references in the box. So they're entity references, and null is a placeholder for an empty slot. What happens if you put the box in itself? You would have recursion. You'd have infinite recursion. So I don't. There's no mechanical way through the game's commands to actually do that right now. You can handle holding arbitrary entities. Yeah, a slime can go in the box. And then technically the slime would lose its position in the game. Probably that would break a lot of my scripts because they assume that NPCs have positions. Actually, wait a minute. I think the way I wrote it, it would skip the NPC. The NPC wouldn't be able to act because it would be missing its position component. Pocket slime, exactly. Yeah, any entity can go in there, even things that don't make sense. Like you could put an entire zone of the world inside of a box. It wouldn't have a tile, so you wouldn't be able to see it in the box. So to see it in the box, it not only has to be an entity, but it has to have an entity with a tile component. So if you were to put something that didn't have a tile in the box, it would still show up black, as if there was nothing there. All right. Just drag out a zone, yeah. It leads to more complication, though, where I have to make sure that there's only one holder of any one entity. Otherwise, you could accidentally have two boxes holding the same thing, like an ender chest in Minecraft. We could allow that, but right now I didn't want to. If box B is in A and A is also in B, yeah, that would be another form of infinite recursion. I want to have a puzzle in my game that is like that. My idea was a box within a box within a box within a box, but you can't see the inner box unless the outer box has something like a key placed in a certain slot number, and then the inner box would appear. And so in order to get to the innermost box, you'd have to, it's like a combination lock. You'd have to know you'd have to have the item that unlocks it, and you have to put it in the correct slot number. And I could like mess with the player by making them think they've unlocked the next level, even if they put it in the wrong slot, but it would just like go into some kind of loop if they don't have it in the correct sequence. Conditional items, yeah. We could totally do that stuff. Why not? It just requires a little bit of code. Yeah, exactly. Or we could lead the player down the wrong turn. We could have it appear that that there's a box there, but it really is the wrong box, or it's a box from a higher level. So you'd be like iterating through the container tree and like never get to the leaf node. Yeah, that was my idea anyway. I have to refine that idea. Because the problem is somewhere on this line, and I don't know what it is. It says we're indexing something, and it got a JSON when it expected a string. Oh, wait. Is it because that is a JSON? And JSONs can't be interpreted as integers? So how would I unwrap that? What is JSON wrapper? Does JSON wrapper let me unwrap the thing? It doesn't, does it? Well, what am I going to do then? I think I know what the problem is, but how am I going to fix this? If I have a way to unwrap a value, that would be what I would want. I mean, I could do toString. That gives me the string encoding, but I really just want to get the value out of it. What if I avoid putting wrapping that in JSON until the very last? Oh, it's probably because it's a JSON wrapped nil. This could also be a JSON wrapped nil, so I need to have something in here, don't I? Oh, or maybe further up here. Yes. Okay. I think the real problem is that it's going in here, it's continuing a path when it shouldn't be. I think what it's doing is it's trying to turn off the path here. Pursuit stop, what it does is it sets up the deltas to be JSON wrapped nils, and then it thinks this is just truth. So JSON wrapped nil is truthy. So I should do something like this: context.npc. Oh no, actually that's not exactly what I want, is it? It's in this pursuit continue. That's the problem. Pursuit continue. Can I compare JSON wrap nils? Do I have a comparator here? I don't. So maybe it's a bad idea to be using the deltas here. So maybe this whole thing is a bad idea. Yeah, let me turn this off for now. That just means that there'll be when you move, if you're being chased and you move, the every time you move, the enemy will lose a turn. I'll want to fix that soon, though. Okay. I think for now, what I'll do is I'll just comment this out with things as to do. This is broken, and to fix it, we need to be able to use values stored in context delta. Need to remove the need for JSON wrappers. Explicit JSON wrappers. Yes, right now I'll just disable it. Which does that mean I want to have an early return here? Because I have early returns on these. Yeah, I think I do. I'll have an early return. So that should get rid of the error. Right, and then the slime went all the way back to base. Okay, good. Yeah, if I had to wait, see, I don't think it's a good idea to have those explicit JSON wrappers anyway. Or if I do, like, that should actually look like a nil. If I were to, like, compare, I should be able to compare that to nil. Right now I can't. And I don't want to focus on that. I want to make that the subject of some later work to enhance the JSON wrapper so that that's comparable to nil, and also that I don't need to do, what is it? The stuff I was doing around here somewhere. Where was it? In the start. This stuff here. Explicitly making JSON arrays. I should just be able to take the table as it is and put it into the delta. And then figure out that, oh, this table looks like an array, so make it a JSON array in C++. Versus an object. An object would be a table that has only string keys. Yeah. So I just need to write that in the JSON wrapper. Support that. Oh, the kitty's gone. Bye-bye, kitty. Turning off the camera. He's very quiet sometimes. I can't even detect that he's left unless I looked at the camera. All right, so let me look at his pursuit path again and then get within range again and get him to chase me. Now he's chasing me again and he's broken. How are you broken, my friend? Are you not stepping? Oh, now he's stepping. Ah, I'm dead. He seemed to rapidly hit me before. I bet he wandered out and he happened to wander away from me. That's how I managed to get away. Okay, so he's able to keep up and switch directions when I move, which is good. Looks like he prefers to move left or right first rather than up and down. But you can see that every time I move, it's like he pauses for a moment to wait. So to optimize the script and have him not have a turn of delay, I need to have it work with deltas as well as previous paths. Yeah, if I keep moving and basically he's frozen, just changing his path until I stop moving and then he'll move. Unless I move too far away and then he drops aggro. Like that. All right. And let me make sure that the tether works still. So get him to chase me all the way out here. He shouldn't be able to reach me here. He should hit a wall right about there. And then path back. And meanwhile, so here's one test. Attacking is highest priority, so he will stand there and attack me if I'm standing next to him. He's missing me a lot, though. There. But if I get out of his way, he returns back to base. How far does he go? Just stop within 5 and then go back to wandering without any errors. I don't want to see any errors. Good. So he should be wandering now. No path. The step was never reset. So I'm missing somewhere in the script where the path is removed, but the step is not removed. Oh, hold on. Could it be that... yeah, I didn't return from that. Okay, these all need to be terminators right now until I can clean this stuff up. All right, so check that again. Hello, Slimy. I'm pulling you out of your area. So chase me, please. And then I'm going to move beyond the invisible wall that he doesn't want to cross, and then he goes back. And when he gets back to 12, all those variables should be cleared from his state. Or 11. Okay, now he's back to wandering. There should be no step. Okay, good. So I'm going to check this in. This is stable enough, I think. I'm not touching him. I'm getting him to chase me. There's a difference. All right, what did I do here? Did a bunch of things. Oh, that test is probably broken right now, right? Yeah. Maybe I'll comment out the test for now. I want that to work, but it's not going to work yet. To do. This test is disabled until we improve the Lua C++ layer to not require explicit JSON wrapping, as well as making JSON nil comparable to nil. Need both of those things. So we still need the explicit JSON nil because you can't actually assign a nil to a... You can't put a nil in a Lua table. Trying to say like, if x is a table, if you say x dot y is nil, it's a no op. X will still equal an empty table, right? So the trick I do is I do x dot y is a JSON nil, and then what we get in here is we get a JSON. It'll be a user data of type JSON, and that user data will have a null in it. So it'll be basically a null. And I use that trick if I want to set something, set an explicit null inside of an object, which you can't do in Lua. So I need that ability. Either that, or I need another way to mark nothingness that you can actually store in a Lua table. I think it's sort of a Lua limitation. You can't store a null in a table. It actually removes it from the table if you do that. So I think what I'll do is mark this stuff work in progress. Don't stage that yet. Okay, this is okay, a bunch of stuff. Actually, let me just check this all in. We're gonna say that this is enable monsters to pursue players. So work in progress supporting what is it? Walking a path that was just computed in the same turn. And remove path step pursuing enemy fields when a pursuit ends or pursuit is stopped. Setting something to nil is how you remove the key effectively. Yeah, it's unlike Python. I like Python better, where you can store a null in a Python dictionary, and to actually remove something, you use the del operator. But Lua is different. What else did I do? Oh, right. So add aggro search area to debug tiles. None can be used for literally anything, like null in most languages. Yeah, none is like null. I mean, in Lua, the nil is the equivalent in Lua, but you can't actually store it in a table. Like I keep saying over and over again, like a broken record. Sorry about that. Okay, what else did I do here? Fix broken NPC aggro test. Actually, that's not, it wasn't broken. It's when we added that, it requires that I do that in its tests to prevent them from breaking. I think we're done. How much time do I got? Another hour or so? So I'm going to say that this is done. So the ones that say traveling and guiding are the more advanced AI scripts for like multi-checkpoint pursuits. I don't know if I want to do them today. I sort of just want to enable I want to fix. I know what I want to do. I want to fix the fact that George can't kill anything. So I've been isolating George because he cannot actually slay anything right now. We will demonstrate this. Let me pick him up and move him over here, and he should aggro this slime, right? What's wrong with you, George? Are you broken? It's broken. Hold on. Is George broken? Refresh. Let's see. Oh yeah, he's got these old variables. Empty path, empty step. Remove those. Okay, now he's unbroken. So yeah, it actually doesn't die. It gets down to 0 hit points and then stays alive. And George is in vain trying to kill it over and over again. So it's probably something I broke in the NPC hit thing. NPC hit. Oh yeah. Actually, it actually does a dialogue start. It thinks it's a player. All right, we need to fix this. Okay. It assumes that what he's fighting is a player, but in this case, it's a non-player character. Would we call... Where do we do the loot table stuff? Loot. Loot. In attack, okay. This is what I want to do. So... I guess I'm copying that. Actually, we have to know, in hit, we have to know NPC hit. Let me pin it. We actually need to know if it's a player or a non-player character at this point, right? How would we know? I guess we'd have to just look and see if they have a player component. If they have a player component, do this. Otherwise, do the other thing. You could just have a global nil. They store as a nil. That's a good idea, A squared. Have like a sentinel value. I like that. Let me give you a point for that. I might do that. So, idea for sentinel value to use to signal to the engine that a key should, or an attribute, should be removed from a component. Put your idea there. If you make it a global... Yeah, that's what I would do. It would just be a global. It's totally easy to make things globals. In Lua, you can access the global table through, I think it's Lua Global? Or Lua Get Global or something? Dev docs, Lua Get Global. Yeah. So you just call Lua Get Global, and similarly Lua Set Global. And then in Lua itself, if you really wanted to make sure it's a global variable, you just put an _G in front. So that, like, nil. That's how you would represent it in Lua. Yeah. Lua is very simple. Like, global variables are all accessible through a global table called G. And by the way, it does contain itself. And when I did my instrumentation of Lua, I had to have a special check for that, because if you're iterating through structures, you will get into an infinite loop. It's like we were talking about earlier, boxes within boxes. Can a box be inside itself? In Lua, the global table is inside of itself. You remember me doing that? Yeah. So it's convenient that you can always get to all the global variables, and so you can put things in and out of them, but it has to contain itself by definition. All right, okay. I think what I want to do is just put this inside of a game with entity component type. So let's go to the MVC hit test and fix this. Right, so this is if if we're a player. So let's say damaged and killed player. And we'll have hit damages and kills another NPC. Damaged and killed NPC. So to make it an NPC, what do I need to do here? I think this target entity, this player entity is different, right? Let's change player entity to not target entity because I use that down here, right? Something else. Well, I want to use target entity. Let me just rename this one then first. Let's call it dialogue target entity. Yeah. Actually, I want to name this something that doesn't have the word target in it. It's not the dialogue has an entity. The player, it's the other party. Dialogue other party. Sure. Whatever. Globals is a reserved built-in function which returns all global variables. It does include built-ins, which should contain the definition of globals. Yeah, it makes sense. So you'd have to have another kind of check there if you're iterating through that you don't recurse infinitely. But you won't recurse because it doesn't exclude globals, and it isn't a table or list. You have to execute it. Okay. Yeah, Lua is more pure, I think. It just like naively includes itself in it includes itself in itself. Player entity. Let's call that target entity. Set up mock entity components representing the player or NPC being hit. So it defaults to being a player. So that means what I want to do down here, if it's a PC, is in the arrange, I want to make it an NPC and then actually copy that. This is Lua, so like we learned before, I can say that is nil, and it removes it, right? And I did the wrong one. This one's nil, so it's an NPC and not a player. And so that means we're not going to have. I guess we can keep the prefix in there. It doesn't really matter though, because there shouldn't be any chats. In fact, we're going to put that here. We don't expect any chat messages. And this should be false. No death dialogue. Character health should be updated. We should also verify that it's destroyed. What does destroy? Okay, it's not in here. What did attack actually do then? Where is destroy entity? Oh, it's a utility. Okay, so we should mock that then. Here, mock it. Okay, so destroy entity is function entity, and I guess I'll just say target destroyed. And then we should make sure it's the same entity. Target entity for entity. There we go. Globals, built-ins, globals, for example, works. And you can next the built-in. Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah. Uh-oh. I think A squared is an infinite loop. Someone break him out. Quick, 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 quick. Break him out of that Python infinite loop. So this shouldn't happen. This doesn't matter. So I should just remove that completely. It shouldn't even do that. Yeah. Well, let's leave it in there. Update character health. Do I care? I guess I do care about this part. Okay, and then what else does it do? It also calls drop loot. There we go. So let's mock drop loot. Drop loot is a function. It apparently takes a loot table, position, and time. Position and time. End. So... where do we get the time from? Was time something I put into the context? Oh, it was. Okay, so... time is used to set the despawn timer, so we need to mock that. That needs to be included in the context. Right. Where's the context? Eh? Did I have... oh, hit doesn't have a context. So hit's gonna have to be given the time then. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna have to need to adjust that. I guess I can put it up here somewhere. What am I gonna do? Put it in all of the tests? Yeah, why not? After, well, just these are the arguments. So time is 42.5 or something, right? All right, so we're just going to add that. Time is going to be passed to hit. NPC hit. Time. 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 Adding it to all the places. Okay. And this should be like time in explode unit expect equal time in. The position should match where the player was, right? Does hit know where that is? Oh, wait a minute, it should. We should have that up here for sound effect. Yeah, right here. This stuff. Is that right? Hold on. Depends on what drop loot wants. Wrong one. Here it is. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I should just expect the position component, so it should just be this one. Expect that for position. Yeah, what am I doing? And then it's whatever loot table I want. So actually no, it's not whatever I want. The loot table has to be in the target. So that will be NPC of the target entity will be that dot loot will be the loot. All right, which means I need to set that up here, right? That needs to be here. Loot equals lots of gold. All right. I think that's all I oh, we should have loot dropped. And set it to true somewhere. All right. Expect none of this, but then expect true for two things. The target should be destroyed, loot should be dropped. All right. Whew. Done. Run the test. Should fail, then fix it. Run. All right, so hit now gets the time. And here we go. So we're going to do with entity component of type player. There. It's called player entity. Let me fix that right now. It shouldn't be player entity. It should be target entity. All right, so if they're a player, it'll go into there. If they're an NPC, we do something different, right? NPC. Instead of doing a death dialogue, we're going to do what attack did. Did I lose it? I guess I did. Attack. This stuff. We are going to say if the NPC has loot, then drop it. Position we have, right? Oh, we don't have it. So what if I cache this? Because I'm going to need it later, right? So let's do local target position. And it could be nil, right? So target position equals position. And then what I'll do is I'll put this inside of a if target position then indent end target position like that. And then the same thing down here. If they have loot and they have a position, then we can do it. Because you could attack, theoretically, you could attack an NPC that's not anywhere in the world. Like, they could be in your inventory. And it doesn't make sense to drop loot in your inventory. It just wouldn't drop loot if you somehow were able to hit an NPC that's in your bags or somewhere. Because, yeah, drop loot requires there to be a position to drop it in. Alright, I think that's good. Is this going to pass now? No. The time is not matching for some reason. Oh no, I expected something different. What do I expect here? Oh, destroy entity is given the wrong thing. Yeah, it's not an NPC entity. It is target entity. Correct. All right. What's this? Oh, it sent a chat message. It shouldn't have. Where does it do the chat? Oh, right here. So that should only be done if the target's a player, right? Yeah, so let's move that into this one right here. Oh, wait. That's only if we die, so I guess I need to do the same thing again. Guard that inside of that. So put that into there. If they're a player, then send a message to them saying that something hit you. Okay. Run. Cool. Alright, so we're good. Let's see if George can slaughter him now. Probably has already long since done it, since I've been looking at it. Oh no, I segregated him. Alright, George, ready for action? Go at him. Do it. Kill it. Oh, he's dead. And there's a new one down there. Here, fight. Kill. Yay. Wonder why he hit him for 0 damage so many times. Here, go after that one. He's up there, get him. So I could probably raise the spawn limit again, right? To 6. There we go. Now we got 6 slimes. There, go fight that guy. Are you confused? Why is he not moving? He's stuck. Should be moving to 6-3, but he's not. Wait a minute, what? The path is wrong. -6-3. Where is that? Oh. What? Wait a minute. Is there a script error? Ah, there's a script error. Can't get the length of a nil value in find path. Pursuit start. $167. What? No, Act 72. Okay, the target moved. Okay, so where am I looking? Oh, pursuit start. 167, yeah. Attempt to get the length of a nil value in find path. Okay, so one of these is nil. Probably target position. Oh, it doesn't exist anymore. Can't pursue it because it ceased to exist. So why didn't it de-aggro then? Is the cat there? Let's see. Nope, cat's not there. Sorry. You want me to go find him? He might be just around the corner. Let me go look. Yeah, the cat was enjoying his see, look, does he look like he was enjoying where he was? Or does he enjoy me picking him up? He has no idea he's looking at you guys through a camera. Or that you're looking at him through a camera. He was sitting on his heater pad. So there, some cat pets. Let me put him back on his heater pad. Oh, you redeemed some points. Well, okay, let me bring him back then. It's an unorthodox way to redeem the pet the cat points, but we'll do it. There we go. We pet the cat. I think I confused him though. He's like, "Why did you pick me up and bring me over here and then bring me back?" Thank you for that, Storm Drag one. All right. Making sure the cat gets left. That's an excellent thing to make sure of. Okay. Yeah, why is he must be aggroing on something that doesn't exist anymore. 38,578. Where is that? Doesn't exist anymore. So it's not being removed for some reason. Oh. Probably because it crashed. So the aggro check is going to remove it. So, you know, I can make, this is another consequence of the fact that this could queue a change that hasn't been made yet. So I hate to do it, but I can hack it for now to just delay it another turn. That aggro check can return something. This aggro changed. We can just return it. And we can expect that in the tests for it. Aggro check. Local aggro changed equals And moon unit expect true. Why am I typing this over and over again? I should just take these two lines here. Okay, so this is different. This will be false. What was the subject here? Cache hit. Yeah, okay. And actually here it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, I think so. We only care about how many searchers were here. I do care though. This means that we didn't we're not changing anything. So yeah. Expect false again. Okay, so let's run all of these. Make sure they all work. Cool. All right. So what I can do is I can say if that, then return end. And then that should unstick him. And now he's going back into battle. All right. Yeah, he gets too far away from his home, though. That was weird. He was like stuttering. He seemed to vanish there. Oh, there's another artifact there, isn't there? Yep, there it is. Remove it. Yeah, I messed up when I was painting walls back here for a while. Like there were hidden walls. And you could see it when he navigates over them. Basically, there's dirt covering a wall. All right, I think I cleaned it up. All right, so you can hang out. Whoops. You can hang out there. And you can get in range so that you go around the corner and attack him. There we go. Why is his action so slow, though? Giving him plenty of targets. Is there some reason why the health bars aren't showing up? I don't know. I think I'm just seeing things. He's killing it in one hit, though. That's the problem. I want him to... There we go. So the health bar does show up. So it's just sometimes he's doing 0 damage, I guess. All right, I'm gonna check it in. So it needs some work because of sometimes the NPCs will lose a turn. So this is return indication of whether or not... Oh, this is NPC aggro. Check. Return indication of whether or not aggro changed. This change was allow NPCs to kill other NPCs and make the killed NPCs drop loot. And this is a temporary fix. So temporary fix for dropping aggro when enemy ceases to exist. All right. Okay. So I don't have a check mark for it, but it was a bug in hitting where NPCs couldn't die when hit by other NPCs. So that's fixed. So I could either do the more advanced AI for guiding and traveling, or I could address this issue where I have to do all these early returns because the changes that these things don't apply immediately. I think to do that, I need to work on the backend's wrapping of or translating of tables to and from Lua so that I can do away with this stuff here, making JSON arrays. This is probably in a lot of places in the Lua too. 49 places where we do this, right? If I do away with that, because what happens is when I put things in these JSON arrays, they no longer act like tables. And so it was screwing up the logic that I had. Oh, thank you for the follow. So I would like to fix that. And like, this is just needless. Like, this doesn't even make sense. Why am I doing this stuff? I really just want to say context delta NPC path equals path. Not have to wrap it in JSON just to satisfy the engine. I want to do that, and I want JSON nil to compare with nil. So really what I want to do is update the JSON wrapper for this, right? For JSON wrapper test, let's go there. Let's make a new test. I want nil to be comparable with JSON nil. Let's make a new test for this. Is there an age limit to becoming a programmer? No. There's no age limit to becoming a programmer. You just need to be able to solve problems. 28 and just starting? Then that's fine. I know some people who didn't start doing development and doing programming until they're in their 30s. And I've heard about people who switched careers and became programmers like in their 60s even. I think as long as you can still do problem solving and analysis, just like looking at a problem, looking at a design, and looking at a set of requirements and then making something to meet all of those requirements, then you can do it. So 28 is not too old. Certainly not. Let's see. Let's say call this JSON null equivalent to nil. All right, so we're going to make a local JNil is JSON nil. And then we're going to say return JNil equals nil. And then JNil, actually let's do all the different combinations here. Nil equals JNil. JNil not equal to nil. Nil not equal to JNil. So all four combinations of things. Hold on, I just got a text again. Okay. Started professional programming at about that age, yeah. One thing to be aware of is, although it varies what country you're in and what the laws are, but even in places where there are laws against it, there's still ageism you need to worry about. So it's possible you might run into companies that might not want to hire you unless you're like right out of college and you're younger. There's supposed to be laws to protect against that, but there are also supposed to be laws against discrimination based on other things, and people still do it. So just be aware that it might be out there that. So your age. Why does it say Jill? Your age shouldn't be a deciding factor about whether or not you get a job. So like if you're interviewing for a company and they ask you how old you are, you might want to say, well, why do you need to know how old I am? You had points left. Okay, I hate bothering my cat when he's on his eating pad, but we'll do it. We'll do it for science. Hold on. All right, here's my cat, Casper. We're petting the cat just for you, Storm Dragon. Oh, you use the highlight? I can't tell. I'm using a different chat client. I'll just pretend that you cashed it in. The cat doesn't mind too much. Yeah, I thought you redeemed the custom reward. But cat, I know. He keeps thinking like, why are you showing me that thing? Here, I'll be right back. So I think he's just cold. Heart melting. Every stream needs to have a cat. I think it just adds something like something difficult to even describe. All right. Okay, it's getting darker. I need to adjust my camera again. It's right on the edge of me not being able to get rid of those artifacts too. All right, so we're gonna get the results out of it. Results should be an array. Actually, I can just compare them directly. This should be a JSON array containing true, true, false, false. There we go. Build it. Cat needs to be an NPC in the game, other offers wise advice. Speaks of tales of past conquerings. Okay, you got it. You got it, Mr. Muffles. It's going into the official notebook. How come we only have 2 points, Mr. Muffles? Shouldn't you have like 20 by now? Okay, have I not built the C++ code yet today? The first build always takes like a minute. I guess because I've been working on Lua all day. I never really did build the engine. You had a space in there. Oh, you don't have any points. You don't have any points? Here, I'll give you a point. Now you have a point. You can't do anything with the points in my stream yet, but once I have a game with NPCs in there that will allow you to redeem your points, you'll be able to get in-game items with it. And they're separate from the channel points. They predate the channel points. Channel points, I can't see the balance of it or really integrate it into my game yet. It's possible in the future if they give us APIs, I'll be able to do that. Walrus, thank you for the sub. Thank you for your support. Yeah, so the channel point system, once they have APIs for that, we'll probably integrate that into the game too. Subscribing for Cat? Aw, thank you. All right. Did I get it backwards? False, false, true, true? Oh, right. That's because they are not comparable right now. I need to make them comparable. I don't know if I'll be able to do this kind of comparison. It depends on if, I guess, Lua will let me have an EQ meta method if I remember right. Let's just look at the manual, shall we? I think there is an EQ meta method that we can override. EQ, the equal operation, behavior similar to addition, except the Lua will try a meta method only when the values being compared are both tables or both full user data and they're not primitively equal. Okay, that's maybe not what I want. Because I want to be able to compare it with nil. We'll try it. Maybe I don't want this. Maybe I want to do what A Squared was saying earlier. Have a sentinel global nil instead. And then not worry about JSON nil? But then what would that sentinel value be? Just a special table that I keep track of, or user data, really. User data would be the best. That way it can't be constructed elsewhere. All right, so then I don't need to do this. Really, I want to move on to the other thing, which is that a JSON list table interpreted as JSON array. So I think I'm just going to keep it sweet and simple. It's return, and then we'll just make a table with 1, 2, and 3 in it. And then I expect an array with 1, 2, and 3 in it. I could go deeper and have another. Yeah, let's do it. Let's have another inner table, and that should do this. That's what I want. If I can do that, then I can get rid of all the explicit wrappings that I do. So that won't work. We'll get a cannot construct a JSON value from a table message. And that's what I want to change. I want to get rid of that limitation. It's from a something, right? Yeah, here it is. JSON value from Lua value. It's in 2 places, right? Okay, so here's the magic stuff we would need to change. No, this isn't user data. I want actually a table, right? Yeah. I want an entry for table. Where should I put it? Right here? T table. So the way we want to handle tables, I think, is we want to check if all of the keys are numbers and they go from 1 to n, then we're going to convert it into a JSON array with n values in it. Otherwise, if the keys are all strings, then it becomes a JSON object. And if it doesn't fit those 2 restrictions, then it will be we'll get this error like we expected. So I really want 3 tests then. List, what are we going to call it? String, table with string keys. Interpreted as JSON object, right? So here it's like x equals 1. And then maybe an inner object would be like y equals foo equals bar, and then z equals 3. And so this should be an object where we have x and 1, y and a JSON object, which has a foo and a bar in it. And then a z3. All right, and then let me have a third test for a mixed table. Cannot be wrapped by JSON. So then we'll just mix it. We'll have how do you make a mixed table in JSON? Do you just have like 1, 2, 3, and then like x equals 1, something like that? I think you can do that, but let me verify. So I want another shell command prompt, and I'm going to go to my build folder. Wrong build folder. This build folder, and then Lua, I think, and just run it. X equals 1, 2, 3, y equals 4. And what does x look like? Return x1, return x2, return xy. Yeah. So, and If I say for key value in pairs x do print key end, it's 1, 2, 3, and y. And if I do for I comma v in I pairs x do print I end. So there's the list part. So really what we want to do is use the next function and make sure every key is a number and that they're in sequence order, right? But the order of next is supposed to be indeterminate, right? And that's, what does next return? The order in which the indices are enumerated is not specified even for numeric indices. To traverse a table in numerical order, we know what we could do, though, is we could just form a sorted set of numbers. Because what happens if you do something like 1, 2, 3, and then 5 equals 4? Then what's the length of x? It's 3, right? But you can still do x of 5 and x of 4. X of 4. Grr. X4 is nil, right? If I do 4 IV and I pairs x now, what do I get? To print I end. Yeah, so if you have an extra key out there, it's like not counted in the list. You have to know to look for it. All right, so I think that answers it for me. I'm going to expect that this is an error and this works, and I have to basically get all of the keys out. I have to use the next function to get them all out. Okay, so evaluate does what in case of error? It's going to give me a string. So I would get a string, which is an error, right? Some kind of error message. If I take that results and cast it to a string. And the error message will be something like, cannot construct, well, it's whatever I want. Let's say, can I construct a JSON value from a mixed table? That's what we're going to have it print. All right, so build that. And let's get started writing it now. So I have to use next. I've used next before directly, right? Is it next or Lua next? It's Lua next. Lua next. Yeah, I did it here in Moonclock. Right, you get the key. You can look at the key if you want, but you just do it in a loop, and you start with nil. That's what I'm gonna do. So push nil Lua, and then the index is where? It's just index. That needs to be oh, I need to turn that into a positive number, don't I? There's a way to do that. Oh, this is it. This is it. If the index is less than 0, turn it into a positive number by getting the top and adding it and adding 1. That's a little trick. A little trick to make it an index, Lua stack index that's less than 0 is a relative index, and those change whenever you start pushing. So this index would not be valid here. It wouldn't be the same thing on this. Wouldn't be the same stack location unless I turned it into a positive number, which is a absolute stack position. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, and I'm not gonna call this semi. I think the way I had this thing, this ends up popping one off. But I don't remember how I did this. Oh, the pop is popping the the new value off. That's what it's doing. Yeah, so we always want to, we don't care what the value is, do we? Oh no, I do want it. Yeah, I want to be building it right here. So I guess what we do is we don't know if it's an array or an object, so we'll make one of each. So const auto or auto, we have to, whoops, we need to modify it in place, right? Auto array value is JSON array empty, and then auto object value, because it could be an array or an object. Object. And actually, we'll know right away with the first one. So, does it really matter? Yeah, I just need to, yeah. Oh, but I can't build the array until we've gotten all the indexes out. So really, I don't need to do this. I do need to track the keys. Yeah, so I need like a set of, well, they're going to be positive numbers, right? I don't have set included? Huh. Include set. Set of... I guess we'll just stick with integers. So array indices, and then I need a set of strings. Object keys. And then if neither of them is empty, then we're going to do the error down here, right? So if not array indices empty and not object keys empty, then we're doing our error condition, right? This one here. Cannot construct a JSON value from a mixed table. I don't need that argument. All right. I can actually do it this way. If it's not empty, then do this check. What happens if the table is completely empty? What is it? I guess that would be ambiguous, so maybe I should make that an error then. Well, hold on. Yeah, if you have an empty Lua table, is that an array or an object? Right? If in Lua, what do we have in JSON? Because if we have like 1, 2, 3, that's a 1, 2, 3. Right? Clearly, if we have like an x equals 4, that's an object, x4. But what is that? It's ambiguous, isn't it? I don't know. Hey there's Storm Dragon. Oh, I missed B-Man's chat, and I forgot to say hi to all you guys. Storm Dragon, hello, and B-Man, you're asking how should you start? You're probably following up for how do you get started as a programmer? I have not learn. Thank you for that follow, by the way. If you're new to programming, like B-Man, you were saying you're new, just starting. Some words of advice there, but there are so many ways you could start learning, depends on what you want to do, that it's really hard for me to give advice. I also didn't say hi to Walrus or Death Packs. I didn't even see Death Packs. Oh, you're saying you started professional programming at about that age? And you said that about 20 minutes ago? Sorry, I didn't say hi. Yeah. You're still there, B-Man00. How should you start? It depends largely on what you want to do and what your objective is in terms of, like, is it for a certain kind of job? And there are lots of ways you could learn from books. You could learn from online tutorials. You could take a boot camp or other ways to other kinds of lessons out there. It's really hard to give you advice on what to actually do. Making the cat. You mean making the cat in the game? All right. I'm trying to decide if we have an empty table in Lua, is it an array or an object? You got it, Storm Drag 1. I am leaning towards object. The only problem is I know that we're going to have empty aggro tables. So, for example, George here has an empty aggro table, so I would need to be explicitly setting that to an array, wouldn't I? I wonder, in Lua, can you do something like x equals nil? What does that actually give me? What's the length of x? 0. Okay, that didn't work. What if you do nil 1? Oh, so you can have holes. And if you do 1 nil, okay. You find it really fun to watch programming? Cool. Plenty of other... By the way, there are plenty of other programs out there you might enjoy. Livecoders.dev is the page for the Twitch team that I'm in. And everyone on that team is doing coding live on Twitch. So all sorts of different languages and kinds of projects. So I recommend you check them out. Yeah, what am I going to do here? Because sometimes I'm going to want to set an empty array. Actually, am I ever going to set an empty object? I don't think so. Yeah, that's going to be, that's how I'm going to decide it. It's going to be empty array. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I did, Rally Monkey. The way I address it is I said there's really no age limit. You just need to be able to problem solve, to be able to analyze designs and be able to do some critical thinking. That's about it. Everything else you could acquire by learning. You have to be able to learn, obviously, so you better have a good memory. So you could be like 9 in code? Yeah, I was 6 when I first started coding. The coding when you're like a little kid, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, is not like what you'd expect an adult to do, but the rudimentary concepts I learned, like I figured out how to do loops and printing things on the screen, and that's what I mostly did when I was a kid is, oh, look, I printed some cool things on the screen. My dad would say, good job. It's not until you get to be, I guess, maybe middle school, so what would that be? Like maybe 10, 11, 12, where your brain is developed enough in most people to be able to like do the critical analysis and other kinds of thinking required to do like real world coding. But yeah, I've heard of programmers as young as 12 or 13 doing web development, so it can be done. Yeah, it can do wonders later. Yes, that is true. And hello, by the way, Andy from Lithuania. Let's see. Right, so I'm going to have a special one for this. Empty table interpreted as JSON array. Empty table. So that's that. We should get an empty array. All right, good. So this we don't want. So I should really just turn this around, right? If we have at least one string key, then we just check to make sure we don't have an array index. Else, if actually it's just always else, right? Else it's an array. So here would be we're going to be returning it anyway, right? Yes. So auto, I guess we can just say value is JSON object. And here it's an array. And I think what I want to do is walk the indices until we reach a hole, right? Actually, what happens if I make a hole? So x equals like 1, 0, 2. Length, okay, so that works, but what if I do x equals 1 and then 3 equals 2? So it's different. Interesting. So if I do for iv in I pairs x do print iv end. But then if I do this kind of table and then do the loop, but the length is 3. Okay, what do I get for kv for pairs? Then I traverse the hole. But what if I have this kind of array here? Oh, it still works. Okay, so what's the right way to interpret this? I probably do want to have holes. So I would just do pairs, which does next. Let me test this. So what's next x nil? And what's next x1? Okay, so it does work. And if I have the other kind of table, what's next x1? Okay, so it does work. All right. You're starting to change your stance on coding age with the help of people like me. If you start quite early, the skills seem to remain sharp. Though you still believe there's such thing as too late to start. I mean, there is the reality of the fact that there's ageism in the workplace. So if you were like 65, you could probably learn coding, but I think it would be hard to get a job simply because people don't want to hire 65-year-olds thinking, well, how long is this person going to be working here if they're already 65 years old? Places like the United States, there are laws in place to prevent like discrimination based off of age, but it's the real world, and stuff like it's discrimination exists. You just have to be aware that if you're like older, you could probably there's nothing standing in your way by of learning and teaching yourself and learning from others how to do it, but you might have trouble getting a job just simply because of discrimination out there. Yeah, same thing as like learning how to play a musical instrument. I believe it's easier to learn when you're younger because young people's brains are still more malleable. So you could also code. Probably you'll find it easier to code when you're younger, but it doesn't mean that an older person can't learn how to play the piano. They can. It's just maybe it takes them a little bit more practice. But then would they be able to get a job playing the piano? I don't know. Maybe there's ageism there too. See you, Storm Drag 1. Thanks for being here. All right. So if we're accepting holes, that means that I'm going to just iterate through these array indices in order, right? No. Well, yes, but I'm going to push holes into the JSON array. So that means I'm going to want to... What happens if I make an array that like starts at 2? 2 equals A, 3 equals B. Then what's the length of X? Okay, but then the next X nil and the next X2. So we would still be able to find them. So conceivably, we would just have nil nil 2 3, or yeah, nil 2 3, or nil AB. All right, let's do that. Let's do it that way. So that means I'm going to want to start with I think I just want to count until the array indices are are empty. So size t equals 4. Size ti is 1. Not array indices empty plus I. And then we'll say const auto array indices entry is array indices. Hold on a second. What about someone in their mid-late 30s asking for a friend? Mid-late 30s is still young. I think probably you'll only run into ageism when in your 40s. Like I'll probably if I were to try to get a job at a company, I might run into places that won't hire me just because they know that I'm older. Just something I have to be prepared for. But I think I'm just as capable as someone in their 20s. Hey there, super cool Ninja One. How are you doing? Find I. And what program do I know? I have a little command for that. Excuse me. I also need to get some water. But yeah, I usually code in those languages. That's true, Walrus. If they're discriminating against your age, you probably don't want to work there anyway. Yeah, right now we're doing C++, but I'm also flipping between that and Lua here. And I need to get some water. Hold on, let me take a break for 30 seconds to get some water. Be right back. I'm back, but might have to mute because I was coughing. It's what happens when you're streaming for up to 4 hours. If you start coughing, water can only do so much. Okay. If we find the entry, this will not equal end. If that's the case, then we can do value push, no, add, not push, this second, right? No, hold on. Actually, I don't want to use set at all. I want to use map. What am I thinking? Because we want to hold on to the JSON value there. Yeah, this should be map from whatever to JSON value. And actually, let me handle the missing case first, and then in the else do that. If it's missing, we're just going to add a null. There we go. I learned C++ myself, but I learned it like 25 years ago. So I learned C++ like a really old version. So I'm still catching up. I spent a lot of time using old C++, and I'm only on C++ 11 now. So there's C++ 14 and 17 and 20. So when you use a language, a certain version of the language for many, many years, it's kind of hard to learn new things. It is a different language. So I am still learning things I didn't know about C++ 11, just like in the last few months. When I run out of things to learn in C++ 11, I'll probably move to C++ 17. Yeah, if I were to learn it now, I'd have the advantage of not having like the baggage of using an older version of the language for 20 years. C++ 14 is a very, very tiny delta, so I'm planning to go from 11 straight to 17. The only thing that I know of that really is substantial that they added to C++ 14 is make unique, right? But for 17 they had a whole bunch of things, and I have a notebook page that I'm collecting for that. It is here. Reasons to move to C++ 17. People from my chat have given me a whole bunch of things that are kind of cool that aren't in C++ 11. So at some point I'm going to jump there. How much you do for a switch between C++ Lua is not the same. Oh, wait a minute. How do you do for switch between... Oh, we're switching between languages? You just get used to what's different between them. So it's almost like if you know several different languages like English, Chinese, Japanese, or Spanish or French or whatever. I think if you talk to people who know multiple languages, they'll tell you that it's not that hard to switch between languages. And once you learn like a second language, picking up a third one and a fourth one is actually easier because I believe what happens is you train your brain to be flexible enough to hold on to different subsets in your speech part of your brain. So I think it's the same thing in programming. Once you learn two or more languages for coding, you find it's easy to keep them separate. The one thing that I screw up in sometimes is in my Lua, I'll put semicolons. And sometimes I'll forget the do. And then, yeah, the compiler corrects you, and then you kind of learn that. When you're in Lua mode, you have one form of syntax. When you're in C++ mode, it's a different syntax. The editor also helps you because the editor down here, okay, you can't see because my camera's in the way. Let me hide the camera for a second. So down here it says the language. So if I switch to Lua, now it knows I'm in Lua. And so the syntax highlighting and the auto completion kind of helps train me to like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be doing C++ right now. That kind of thing. So it all works out. So we're building an array here for an object I want to do a similar thing. Only I don't need to iterate. I can just directly go on the keys. I can say for const auto object key. Well, these names aren't that great, are they? This should just be value object key first equals object key second. Yeah. So that's just my take on a super cool Ninja One. Make sure you ask the same questions from 2 or 3 other people and get a balanced opinion. That's true in programming, and it's true in life in general. Programming new languages is really easy once you get a good handle on things. Yeah, tend to mess up with a similar syntax. That's true. Yeah, if there are 2 languages that are very close, you can sometimes accidentally have syntax leak from one to another when you're typing it. But the compiler or the editor will help you catch it pretty quick. All right, so for both of these, don't I just want... You know what would be nice for me to do is just declare it here. And then remove this auto. And then down here, I just do a return value. Yeah. I think... Okay, I'm done except for here I need to determine if it's a number or a string. And if it's neither, then we're going to have a problem. I can do Lua type. Yeah, why don't we do Lua type? Switch Lua type of -1, which is the value. No, the key. -2. Case Lua T number. And it needs to be an integer. So I need to do this check, right? Or I guess I can do a 2 integer. What happens if you do 2 integer and it's not an integer type? Lua to integer. Otherwise it returns 0. Okay. I don't know what I feel about that. If it returns 0, we're going to discard it anyway, right? I guess what I'll do is I'll check for 0. 0 is not valid anyway, right? Yeah, so we'll just turn it into a number. So I'll just do that. Here, where am I? Here. Const int index is, I can't use index because that already means something. I. -2 is the key. You see a lot of people programming in Python? I see a lot of people programming in JavaScript. I think it depends on the communities online or in real life that you're involved in. So I've met a lot of web devs here on Twitch. So a lot of people I know are into JavaScript and TypeScript. There are a few people in Python, but I would say most of them are in JavaScript more. You're back. What am I working on, A squared? I'm working on following this idea that you had here that we get rid of the manual wrapping of Lua values to put them back into C++. So one idea is that you had is I have a Sentinel that I use for removing keys, and then for the other ones, which were these JSON array ones, that instead of having explicit turning it into array, we're going to have the JSON wrapper take the table, and if it looks like a list, then we would turn it into an array. So these looked like lists, so we turn them into arrays. The special case where it's an empty table, I decided I'm going to make that an array. If something looks like an object, we turn it into an object. That's what we're doing right now. So then I'll be able to like put stuff into the engine and use it immediately and have it not look like a JSON thing. It still look like a table before we put it back into the engine. All right, so we're gonna get. This is where we're turning a table into. If the key that we find in the table is a number, we turn it into an integer. I need to check this. If I is 0, we should have a test for this. Table. Let's take this test here. A table with non-integer key cannot be wrapped. So something like 1.5 is foobar. Cannot construct a value from a table with non-integer numeric keys. And I'm going to take that exact error message and put it in here. Void Lua L error. Okay. It's also possible you can make 0 an explicit key, but I'm just going to throw that into the pot as an error. So, given that's not an error, I want to go to array indices. Index I is, and then I need to recursively call JSON value from Lua value. JSON value, Lua, and the value is in -1 index, right? Okay, that's the number, and then string is next, right? So if it's a string, and then we're going to have we'll have to have the default case handled too. And I guess we'll just throw this error. What possible things could it be? Can you have a Boolean as a key to a Lua table? I don't know, can you? True equals false. No, it didn't like that. Do I need to do it this way? True equals false? Yes. So next x is true. There you go. You can have a table where the key is true and the value is false. So we should have a special error for that. Table with weird keys cannot be wrapped by JSON, so that's true equals false. Cannot construct a JSON value from a table with weird keys. Hey, I'm the developer. I can have the error message be anything I want. And so that's what our default is going to be. Throw an error, weird keys. Okay, if it's a string, then I want to do a to string, right? This one. So object keys index that is this. Actually, might as well just do this first. So, in fact, I can do that and pop at the same time. So, const auto value, well, inner value is that, and then pop the value off because we don't need it anymore. And then I can just, these can all be -1s then. Hold on, what? Yeah. And then this is inner value. Like that. Table bool equals not bool. I mean, I think you can, right? Let's do that again. X equals true equals false. And then X true is false. X, okay, Y equals true. X, Y. X, let's try that again. Yeah, so it works. Let's say X false equals dog. X true, X false. X, Y, X, X, Y. X, let's try that again. X, Y, dog. Yeah, you can do all kinds of crazy things. I remember reading about this, that for a Lua table, anything can be a key. So I think you can even have a table be a key. So you can have Y equals a table where the key is the X table and the value is PogChamp, right? And so you can say next Y is actually a table and the value is PogChamp. And so you have to actually do that to get that. And if you try to make another one, like if you have a different table, and it's nil. Yeah, you can have like objects be keys of tables. It's really freaky. The table is a key. Wonder if the table with the same value. No, I think what it does is just like it implies when you do next. I think it takes the address of the table and that's what it uses in the internal hash table. Is that it has to, like this will hash to something and then they record that the key was a table at that address. You know, so it's bizarre, but yeah, they do that. Yeah, there's identity, so that's all you really need. You need to be able to hash it, and you need to have identity. That's about it, right? I know, Lua's weird. All right, I think we're done. So what next? Yeah, try it out. That's what I have tests for. So where are my JSON wrapper tests in here? I'm being rated by Tim. Hey there, Tim. How are you and your turtles doing? I'm enhancing my engine's Lua C++ adaptation layer right now. And looks like I got an infinite loop of some kind. Oh, I think I know where it might be. Probably because I never actually removed the iterator from it. Yeah, so I'm working on a game. If you haven't seen my stream before, there's a link to an intro. I've been meaning to combine those two commands, new and game. Yeah. So anyway, I need to combine those two commands, new and game. You can log into my game now. There's not much there because I'm still working on the engine. It's a custom game engine. So this is the test environment. The production environment looks similar, only I'm viewing it from the game master's point of view. A normal player would see this kind of a view. And you know, where I could, if I'm moving around, the admin is seeing me move around. So it's a multi-user dungeon. So it's a multiplayer online game, but it's going to be primarily text-based. So this kind of thing where when you're fighting, you're seeing like, well, you hit the slime, he hits you, you know, that kind of thing. And but it's got some graphical elements. So you have inventory, you have equipment slots, There are treasure chests. You can open them and loot them. I'll take that money out. Thank you very much. I'm working today on the scripts for the game's NPCs. That's all written in Lua, where most of the rest of the engine is written in C++. And the front end of the game from the client end is all in JavaScript. So we're using like many different languages here. So if you have any questions, let me know. While I was working on the scripts for the NPCs, I realized that there's sort of a impedance mismatch, is how engineers like to say it. There's a disconnect or difference in moving data between the Lua and the C++. On the C++, I'm holding on to these data elements using JSON structures because it's very convenient. Well, Lua doesn't have a JSON type, so I have something called a JSON wrapper, which is designed to turn Lua values into JSON values. But up until now, I've had to be explicit about tables. So if we're building a table here called new aggro, and we're building it by assigning integer keys, so it's basically a list. In order to tell my engine that this is a list, I have to explicitly construct a JSON array with that table. So I'm trying to do away with this so I can just say that, and that the wrapper in the engine that turns this Lua table into a JSON value says, oh, this looks like a list, so I'm going to make it a JSON array, versus it could be an object. So I'm working on that right now. So here are the use cases. For example, a table, which is just a list, will turn into a JSON array, and they can be nested. An empty table is an empty array. A table with just string keys is an object. A mixed table we can't handle. A non-integer key we can't handle, and a weird key we can't handle. So JavaScript allows an object as a property of an object too? Yeah, but JSON doesn't. JSON object has to be a string for the key, and arrays obviously have implicit integer keys starting from 0, 1, 2, etc. You tested and it worked? Yeah, if I use a JavaScript map or object, yeah. In fact, I do that in some of my code too. Where was it? In game connection.js, the middleware in the front end, I actually have a map that maps from socket info, IDs by socket. So here the keys are actually socket objects, WebSocket objects. I can do that where the socket is the key to a map, because this kind of map in JavaScript supports any kind of objects as keys. So we're making full advantage of that fact. Yeah, standard JSON, what is it called? A simple object. The keys have to be strings, right? Yeah, the key doesn't work, right? Or symbols. Yeah. I have no idea how this is actually implemented in vanilla JS. This is ES6 syntax, right? This map thing. It internally probably gets, if it's not built in, it's probably turned into some kind of weird object. Yeah. If you looked at the type of this, it probably says object, like you're saying. Yeah. All right. Anyway, guys, let me know if you have any questions. If you're new here, I don't mind answering questions, but I'm trying to make all these tests pass, and this will allow me to have a more seamless connection between my game's C++ parts and the Lua parts, because we'll be able to freely move data back and forth. All right, the bug here, I believe, is it trying to tell me with this squiggly line? No, it's just telling me that I have a type conversion here, because find is a size t. Really, these ought to be integers, right? Int. And we have an infinite loop because I'm not removing the index if we find it. So that's here. We should do a void that erase the entry. And now I won't have an infinite loop anymore. So, hello there, CMC passerby. I like to wave to people who chat in my channel. And, of course, Tim. I don't know if Tim's gone. Tim probably had to go to bed, right? Since he is 3 hours more distant. It would be 10 o'clock for him. Not the biggest fan of JS, either the old or the ES6 version. I'm really new at JavaScript. I like C++ better because the syntax is more rigid. But I kind of like some things in JavaScript are pretty cool. The fact that you can do that, the way to make this is a factory. This is a function which returns a function, right? This says, this what I have highlighted is it's a function that takes a parameter and when it's returning another function, and then that function which it's returning takes something takes action as a parameter, and then calls the outer argument as if it was a function. It gets really weird, but I like how simple the syntax is for such a complex concept. The syntax is pretty neat. Just getting once you have your brain wrapped around this kind of double arrow thing. Once you have your brain wrapped around that, it's kind of cool. You can do a lot of complex things with pretty simple stuff. Let's see, grab the scope in interesting ways. Yes, you can shoot yourself in the foot 26 different ways in JavaScript. Whereas in C++, you can only shoot yourself in the foot 7 ways. All right, let's run my tests again. Run them again. Okay, I missed some of these tests. Structured exception handler. That's not good. They go out of range. Is this because it's a pointer? Or because, why is this an error? Is it null? Oh, it's null. Probably. Yeah, it's null. It can't handle a null pointer. So, it's interesting. Because we're in the weird test, right? Actually, it should have worked. Hold on. Let me go back up. What do we have so far under array? We have, okay, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so this is probably the... Oh, I know what it is. It shouldn't be index. It should be -1. We need to be looking at the top of the stack there. And this is because I don't have a typecast. So I'm going to say auto here and do an explicit typecast to get rid of that compiler warning. It's like, look, compiler, we really want that to be an int. Please don't complain. All right, run them again. Okay, more things passed, but this one still failed. Oh, because there's a stack trace thing. Okay. I guess we'll include the stack trace in the expected message. So... Actually, you know what I can do? I can have it only look until we find the first new line. So that would be, we expect that when we take that results as a string. How do I do this? I would do this, I would say can I see if I can get it? Actually, let's do it this way. Auto results, auto error message is this thing. And then let me make a helper. Actually, let's just make a helper. Results first line. I'm gonna make a helper called results first line to do this for me. Oh, I'm gonna have to actually pass it. Let's just call it first line results. Then first line results. Scopes in JS. Oh god. Modern C++ does have lambdas, but the syntax differs. Yes. So how do I get rid of that? Like that? I do plenty of those. Where's a good example of that? Executor has a bunch of those. These kinds of things, right? That's a lambda function in C++. So that is roughly the equivalent of this. Like that in JavaScript. So the biggest difference, besides the types being required in C++, is this capture list. It serves two purposes. It signals to the compiler, the parser inside of the compiler, that it's about to parse a function object. The second purpose is whatever you put in here is a clue or specific instructions on what to put in the closure. So in JavaScript, what you put in the closure, I can't remember if it's everything. It's either everything or only the things you use, right? So in this case, the has look is being captured, right? In C++, you have to be explicit, but you can do a hint. That means anything you need function, anything you need, just take it by reference. Please take the reference and go. So it'll say, well, I need has look. I've been given the hint that I can capture anything I want by reference. So, oh, here it is. Let me capture that by reference, right? You can be explicit by value like that. And then this would be bad because it would get a copy of that. In fact, yeah, it'll say it has to be modifiable because it's captured by value. And if you put a reference in front, then you're capturing that explicitly by reference. And so then now we're good again. It's called the capture list. It defines what you're putting into the closure. Why not by pointer? Can you capture by pointer? I never capture stuff. I tried not to use pointers in C++ anymore. I don't even know, can you capture by pointer? How would I find out? I would probably find it under C++ lambda expressions. Captures, let's see. What can you capture? Where do they describe captures? Oh, I saw it and then I moved away. It looks like you can do, for the implicit, it's by reference or by value copy. Oh, looks like C++ 17, you can have a pointer this. Simple by copy capture of the current object. So it's either by copy or by reference. You can't do by pointer. If you had a pointer, you can capture the pointer by copy. Then you're copying the pointer. Yeah, exactly. But you can't capture by pointer. That would be useful, wouldn't it? Say, I want to capture the address of that variable in here. Right now, you could do it this way. You could say bool p has look equals the address of has look, and then I can grab that and then do that, right? That works. It has the same drawback as the capture by reference, where if this is stored and used after this lifetime of that object is ended, then this would crash, right? So you can kind of do it, but you have to be explicit. All right, so back to here. I'm going to have a helper do this part. Where is my fixture? Here it is. Methods. This is standard string. First line of a constant JSON value. Results, I guess we'll call it. All right, so first I need it into a string. So auto text equals standard string results. And then we're going to find where is the first new line. So const auto delimiter equals text find n. If delimiter is the standard string no position, then just return the text. Else return text substring 0 to the delimiter. I think that'll do. There we go. That is just C++ since you have to be explicit with memory as well. Yeah, no garbage collector to clean up after you and lag things in the future. I have mixed feelings about garbage collectors. and how they're thought of and 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 included in designs. I tend to think of garbage collector as just you get a speed boost at first because you're not forced to manage the memory immediately, but you're like delaying work. And then if you're not smart about, at some point it collects and you have to process it. And if you're not smart about when you do it, yeah, it can cause a lag. But if you like, for example, I was thinking about this earlier today. I was watching someone stream and they were talking about, I think it was Rust or something, talking about garbage collection, and they're saying, well, any language with the garbage collection will have this problem. And I'm like, well, that's not necessarily true. What if you don't make garbage in the first place? You could have a language with garbage collection, but then never free things. You can just make, like you do in an embedded target, you can just make one allocation at the very beginning of your program where you allocate a huge chunk of memory and then you internally dole out pieces of that, and then you never have garbage, right? I think it just depends. It depends on a lot of things. All right, this is all passing. I like this. So that means I could probably put this into practice now by making the release build and trying to remove all of those silly little wrappers I made. You can also do something in arenas where you deallocate a bunch of stuff at once. Right. And let's say you took advantage of the garbage collection and deferred the collecting. You could just be really intelligent about when you trigger the collection. You can wait until you know that there's probably nothing going to be affected by the lag, and you can say, garbage collector, quick, go, I'll cover you. Go collect the garbage. C++ gives you more control over that too. I mean, you could implement a garbage collector in C++ if you wanted to, right? It's just it's not built in. C++ says, hey, you want garbage? You gotta handle it yourself. You gotta do it yourself. There's no such thing as garbage, so if you want it, you gotta invent it here. Alright. After 4 hours, I tend to get a little wacky. Actually, I'm over time, aren't I? I think what I'll do is, if I get this working, I'll call it, and then resume work on Friday. I don't stream on Thursdays because there's just too much going on. But I do a lot more streaming on Fridays. I have 2 different streams, one for me in the morning and one in the afternoon. Okay, so it's up and running again. And we can still do combat with these brutal slimes, right? Yes, there can only be one. I will win. No. It's me who will survive. See, I conquer. Alright, so everything still seems to work, right? We're not getting any script errors. Everything's good. Let's verify no script errors. Oh, there's a script error. Drop loot is broken. Oh no, drop loot is broken. Oh. Gotten quite a few of those drop loot is broken. Well, we'll have to fix that. It's because I'm not passing the time to drop loot, right? Or to hit. Oh, I'm dead. He won that time. Okay, we'll just abort combat and leave the area here. No errors. All right, so then the test would be, can I go and remove these explicit things in here? So, for example, can I do away with all this garbage and just say context delta path equals path? If I can do that, that would be sweet. Okay, so this is used in any kind of pursuit. So all I need to do is like pick up, hold on. Before I do anything, I need to restart this script thing. My Python script that keeps my scripts synchronized. Oh, thank you for that follow. So now I'm going to pick up my NPC George, and if I can put him over here, and if he can find his way back out of the maze, then we've passed the test. Oh, there he goes. Let's watch his pursuit path. Now I'm going to play with his little mind by putting a barrier in his way. Ha! You can't get out. Go back over there. Go back to your cell. And then I can give him the faint hope that he can escape, and then brutally cut off his retreat. And he's like, okay, I'll go the other way. And I'm like, no, you won't. And then, haha. Cool. So it works. That's cool. So I can now go through, I don't have to do it now, but I can go through all these places where I have these JSON wrappers and just remove them all. Like, I don't need that. I can just make it, oh, yeah, I can make that an empty list. This will be cool. All right. I don't think I want to do it now because it's boring work. I'm just going to check in my work and probably raid someone because I am like 35 minutes over the end of my stream. So, yeah, we're checking this in and we're saying that we're add ability to implicitly wrap Lua tables as arrays or objects. As JSON arrays or objects. There we go. And I did it with that new case entry. Cool. And with that helper. And commit. And then this is the test for that. So NPC pursuit. No more need to explicitly wrap arrays in JSON. Commit. Excuse me. All right. Before I go, I'm going to run my tests one more time because I'm paranoid. Let's run them all. Nope, it broke. Okay, what did I break? I broke the... Oh, these were actually expecting JSON. Not anymore. No more JSON for you. I would still need that character. But all of these go, right? All of those go. In fact, it's the same table, right? Can't I just say new path now? Yeah. New path. Run that guy. Yeah, cool. So, is it again here? I can just say new path. It's so much cleaner. I can just do that now. Run that guy, and it's working. And I want second path now, right? Second path. Oh, family's coming home. That's why the dog's going berserk. And while that runs, I'm going to do the check-in of these broken tests that I fixed. Actually, I didn't push in the last one, so I'm just going to amend the last commit. Ha Sneaky. Now I can push it. Pretty confident that this will pass all of the backend server's unit tests, so while that's running, let me go pick someone to raid. So don't waste time. Twitch. Who am I following that's going right now? Following. Alright, I have a selection of streamers who are going. I'm gonna raid an awesome game dev who is also an awesome pixel artist, who is also Australian. So he's got like 3 things that are awesome about him. His name is Adam C. Eunice. You might know of him. He is a awesome guy. I'm sure you'll have fun watching his stream. And it looks like my tests are destined to pass, so I'm just going to start the raid now and say my goodbyes. I'll be back on Friday. So let me just type it into the chat here. Raid Adam C. Eunice. There we go. Starting the raid. Did that not work? I actually don't think that worked. Let me try this again. Now it's going. Okay, I was just looking at the wrong spot. We're ready to raid now. So all of my tests pass. We're good to go. Hope you guys enjoy Adam's channel. I hope to see you again on Friday. Until then, my friends, take care. See ya. Bye.